A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all to day one of Umagine Tamil Nadu 2025, where we inform, inspire, and innovate. Accelerating Tamil Nadu's tech progression is not just a theme. It's a reinforcement for tech organizations to pay attention to Tamil Nadu's thriving ecosystem. At Umagine Tamil Nadu, we are committed to propelling growth through the adoption of compelling strategies for startup harnessing the power of emerging technologies for productivity, fostering innovation for e-governance, and leveraging geomatics for sustainability. Umagine Tamil Nadu stands as an evolving platform propelling Tamil Nadu towards its $1 trillion dream. Thank you for joining us in shaping the future of technology, entrepreneurship, and talent mobility, contributing to the global welfare of innovation. Today, we begin with the panel discussion on the state of deep tech investments today and tomorrow. And for that, I would like to welcome our moderator for today, Dr. Senil Sambandam, who's the founder and CEO of Fanes Biotech. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him? He's a spine surgeon who's an MBBS and MBA and a visionary leader in quantum technology, cybersecurity, AI, and healthcare. He's an early investor in QNU Labs and advisor to companies like MedX AI and Inticore. As founder and CEO of Fanes Biotech, he leads innovation in neurodegenerative disease treatments and has invested in 17 startups aiming to impact 1 billion lives. Can we once again give a huge round of applause and welcome you? We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon our first panelist for today, Dr. Viveka Kalidasan, founder and CEO of River Venture Studio. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome her on the stage, please? She's a visionary entrepreneur, recognized as one of MIT's 35 innovators under 35 and Singapore's top 100 women in technology. She's the founder and CEO of River Venture Studio, the world's first exclusive Industry 5.0 accelerator. Focused on sustainability and human-centric innovation, River Venture Studio helps grow global startup scale, offering pilot opportunities and fostering diversity in leadership. Once again, can we give a huge round of applause and welcome you? We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome the second panelist, Vijay Raghavan, Head of Operations, EQT Private Capital Asia team. Please put your hands together as we welcome him on the stage. Vijay worked for BPEA from 2014 until 2022, when the company joined forces with EQT. Prior to joining BPEA, Vijay spent more than 3 years at Alvarez & Marsal, India, where he assisted private equity firms with due diligence and operational performance improvement at the portfolio companies. Prior to that, Vijay worked with McKinsey & Company and with Deloitte Consulting, both in the US, assisting clients in North America, Europe, and Asia in strategy and performance improvement. Can we once again put our hands together and welcome Dr. Vijay Raghavan? We welcome you, sir. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome Mr. Panelists Madanagopal, who is the CEO of Mighty Startup Hub, Government of India. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has announced the appointment of Panelists Madanagopal as the Chief Executive Officer of Mighty Startup Hub. This strategic appointment brings to the fore Madanagopal's extensive experience and proven leadership in bringing innovation and nurturing the growth of entrepreneurial ventures across various sectors. Can we once again put our hands together and welcome Mr. Panelists Madanagopal on the stage? We welcome you, sir. And with that, I would request you to please commence the show.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So just before starting the panel discussion, I just wanted to have a quick word of question from you guys. What do you mean by deep tech? Can we circulate the mic? Any idea what's deep tech? So that it's easier to understand and flow the discussion based on that. That's great answer. Great. So based on that, can we have the slide, please? Just one slide. Okay. I'm not going to tell you the duration when this was taken. These are 4 assets. I just want the audience to a show of hands. Who will invest in the asset which is in green color? An asset in yellow? Great. Asset in red? Asset in blue? Okay. So I'll just read it out. What are these assets? This was done in 1980. The asset in blue is a deep tech company called Pfizer. They do biotech startups. They re-innovate every like 2 to 3 years with different molecules. The red one is an asset which is the NASDAQ 50 asset. The green one is the US Treasury. The yellow one is the feeder fund for the MADAC fund, which is the biggest Ponzi scheme ever everyone has known for. So that's how the whole, this understanding of this slide depicts why deep tech has to be investing, and we need to have a clear play when to invest and where to invest. So coming to deep tech is something that is not seen every day, right? But we use technology very often, like phones, mobility, or whatever, like cars, even fire. But all these has been deep tech at one point of time because it was changing lives. So deep tech investments are investments that are made on technology innovations that actually impact humankind at that particular period of time. So now we are in a phase where we are looking to improve our deep tech investments so that Tamil Nadu can have a deep tech revolution. Why? Today morning we had our minister speak about scaling, upskilling, tasking, and everything, right? As we change, as we evolve technology, upskilling also makes a major change in human resources. So that is needed. For that, we need deep tech investments, not only in technology, but also in education. So coming to that, I'm going to stop here, and then I'm going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll take it further.
Hello all. Hi, can you hear me? I think my voice is the same. Yeah, okay. Okay, good morning all of you. I see a lot of students here. Are you here because you wanted to know what is deep tech and what insights we are about to offer? Yeah, okay. Thank you for joining us. I'm Dr. Viveka. So I'm the founder and CEO of an Industry 5.0 focused incubator and accelerator. So we are based out of Singapore, but at least half of my startups are actually from Tamil Nadu, deep tech startups from Tamil Nadu who want to scale into global, and we focus on APAC specifically, but global actually. So what River Venture Studio does is Industry 5.0, which is anything deep tech. That's how I define it. You can go and Google the definition. For me, it is deep tech if it has sustainability, human centricity, and resilience. So these are the technologies that we would love to build and scale across the globe. Prior to doing all this by myself, I'm a very crazy person. I started River Venture Studio. I do not have a rich father, rich husband, rich me. I thought I should do this, and I just started. And then we are funded by Singapore government to do this. But prior to that, I have a PhD in material science. I invented my own deep tech medical device, and I tried to scale it. I am from Madurai. I moved to Singapore to do my PhD, and this is my journey. After my PhD, it was always into technology development and trying to commercialize it. So I am the beneficiary of deep tech entrepreneurial ecosystem that India or Singapore would offer for any budding entrepreneur. So thank you so much for being here. Would love to have a conversation with you all, very interactive one. Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Vijay Raghavan. I'm from Trichy in Tamil Nadu, and went to NIT Trichy. Woo! And since then, I've been working all around the world. I actually did a lot of work in one of the what was back then a deep tech area, and probably still is a deep tech area of augmented reality a long time ago before I decided to get back into the business world. I'm now part of an organization called EQT. We are a Swedish-listed investor with over $240 billion under management. We invest a lot in technology and in deep tech, having made over 40 investments in the deep tech space. And in Asia, we also invest very much in services companies as well. And we are one of the leading investors in services companies. And in fact, many of my colleagues from one of our companies are also here today. So I'm pretty passionate about technology and investments in this space, and I'm very happy to be having this conversation with you all today. Privileged to be part of this panel today as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and my name is Panelists. I think we had a good intro, but I'll briefly tell you, I spent about 14, 15 years of my life in the strategy consulting part, post which I was an entrepreneur for about 6-7 years, helping family businesses across India transform. That's something which is very critical. And after about that, I joined the government of Telangana as the Chief Innovation Officer of T-Hub, which is one of the largest incubation center in the country, as well as after that, now I'm part of the Government of India, MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Startup Hub, which kind of, like Startup India is the custodian of all the startups in the country. MeitY Startup Hub is the custodian of tech and deep tech startups in the country. So our mandate is to identify, nurture, and scale deep tech startups in the country. And we have been running multiple programs on that front. We have a very large fund, a pool of fund that has been identified for that. So our endeavor is to kind of invest in strategic deep tech where a typical VC or an angel investor would not go. So that's what we are primarily into.
Thank you. Finally, I'll introduce myself. I'm Senthil Sambandam. I'm a spine surgeon by profession, and I transited to investing in deep tech and startups for the past 7 years. And I've done about 15 to 17 startups. And my impact of looking at a startup is it should be a small problem for many people that has to be solved, and in the deep tech space. Few of the startups that I work with and run my own startup is solving molecules or solving neurodegeneration, which is going to be the killer in the next 10 years. As we speak, every 3 seconds, one person is diagnosed as a neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer's. So we are working on it. And the second startup that I'm passionate about is quantum cybersecurity. I work with a lot of startups. I've invested in them as well. So from there, we will go to the questions of how we can scale up, or what is the current infrastructure of the startup community in deep tech, especially in Tamil Nadu, when compared to the global scenes that you have seen. I'll start with Vijay.
Sure. So as our firm, we have over 40 investments in the deep tech space, and we've been seeing a lot of activity over the recent years. Just to give you maybe a few examples just from the last 6 months. We invested in an AI business called Pruna.ai, which is really trying to compress and optimize machine learning models. And so this could apply to computer vision, it could apply to NLP, it could apply to Gen AI, and really tries to bring in a lot of cost efficiency, a lot of sustainability into the picture. Another example could be .text, which is an investment we made 2 months ago, which actually looks at putting structure around LLMs and actually getting you better results, which will help you optimize cost, will help you optimize efficiency. Another one that we did is a robotics business called 1X Robotics, which is creating humanoid robots for both home and industrial applications. All of these have happened just within the last 6 months. So the pace of activity that we are seeing in deep tech is significant right now. And across Asia and particularly in India, what we are seeing is there's a lot of enabling technologies that you need for deep tech uh, that we can actually put a lot of investment behind. And we actually see a lot of opportunity to commercialize and actually get to profitability within a limited time horizon, which is something that we as investors look for. So just within Tamil Nadu, we see a significant availability of talent, which is a core need for deep tech. Second thing that we see right now is a lot of government support, a lot of support to create the infrastructure that you need in order to be able to build these startups and then to nurture them and take them up. And lastly, I think capital, which we can help with as well, which is to really bring that in to support the entire ecosystem. So I think with the kind of time point we're at, it's at an inflection point, really. And this is kind of the opportunity for Tamil Nadu to really take this forward from here. So we're really excited about the opportunity to be investing right now.
Thank you. Mr. Pandit, directing to your question is like, being an entrepreneur and your journey, run the journey of being an entrepreneur to being in the other side as well, how do you see deep tech evolving over a period of time in India and in particular in Tamil Nadu over the sequence of like last 7 years or 10 years?
Sure. So if you look at, I think I'll probably start with the startup scenario in the country. I think we all know India is one of the largest startup ecosystems in the world, and we have done some phenomenal work. What we see is we have built the width. Now it's time to build depth inside the startup ecosystem. I think that's something we are very focused on, building a very strong set of product companies, companies which can deliver on global quality products, especially in the deep tech space. Coming to deep tech area, I think as you know, most of you would know statistics, we are one of the fastest growing deep tech ecosystems in the world, and we have a significant amount of presence in the, both in terms of the product side as well as the capability and in the pipeline. But the challenge is also, looking at couple of things which are very critical. One is the talent pool, because talent is critical to scale the deep tech ecosystem in the country. So everywhere we go, we find a lot of talent which is at a very surface level. They understand what it is, but building strategic deep tech products needs a lot of research and commitment from the talent perspective. So that's a huge opportunity, and it's also a huge challenge. The second aspect is to also look at the infrastructure, which is in terms of compute capability, in terms of the GPUs that we need to have in the country. So we are, at the government level, there are multiple initiatives to drive the infrastructure side, but the ecosystem needs to focus on the talent and the use cases, because India, a lot of use cases that work in the global aspect is also there, but India has its own challenges. I keep saying, entrepreneurs need to look at both solving problems for India and solving problems for Bharat, right? End of the day, even in Tamil Nadu, if you go beyond Chennai, if you go beyond Coimbatore, you have huge opportunities in the tier 2, tier 3 cities where we can have deep tech talent pool that can be developed, and deep tech opportunities that can be developed. So it's a 80-20 thing. 80%, lot of positive things happening. In fact, yesterday I was just catching up with in Vizag in a deep tech summit, and there's a startup in Bangalore who are working on the ability to track the what you call cyber in the space. They are sorting out how trash pollution can happen or avoided based on deep tech and AML data. So there's some very, very interesting work happening. But the truth is, it has to be now broad-based, and it has to now go beyond the Bangalore's and the Hyderabad's and Chennai's of the world. So it need to broad-base it.
Yeah. Talking about the ecosystem, because like Dr. Vela, you have been in different ecosystem. You have invested in Tamil Nadu startups. You have invested in Singapore. You have gone through Silicon Valley. How do you see, or what is the major challenge that you see in the ecosystem that exists here, or what should be learned, or what should be taken care of here when compared to other ecosystems in the world?
Yeah, okay, so that's a good question. I can reference and draw parallels to Singapore and what Singapore is doing. I think Tamil Nadu, at least I don't know much about the rest of India. I can tell because I deal with a lot of Tamil Nadu-based startups. The basic infrastructure and the basic, at least for capital, for deep tech, it has to come from the government, like what Mr. Paneer just said. Even before a private investor or an angel investor would invest in, the government has to strategically invest in the deep tech startups. That is what Singapore government does. So when I went and told Enterprise Singapore, which is the nodal agency that funds startups and SMEs, not just funds, they take care of startups and SMEs in Singapore. I told them I'm going to start River Venture Studio, and my goal or dream is Industry 5.0. They told me, yeah, okay, you do whatever you want to, but can you also focus on electronics and precision engineering? Medical electronics, consumer electronics, doesn't matter. Why? Because for the next 5 years, they want to focus on semiconductor as an ecosystem and develop the capability. So when they fund an accelerator like that of us, they want the accelerator to focus on startups that would, be working on these fields. So that kind of strategic vision and policy the government would have, then develop the ecosystem around it. So that's what Singapore does. And yes, a lot of money for a deep tech. So I have invented a class 3 medical device and I try to commercialize it as well. At least almost 2 million Singapore dollar equity free government money that this is not research grant, this is commercialization grant that the government gave me to, play around with and develop the technology as much as I do. But I think Tamil Nadu is already doing that because at least the startups that I onboard River Venture Studio, they are beneficiaries of Tamil Nadu funding or something or policy or something related to Tamil Nadu already, and that's why they are going from point 0 to 1, and then they come to us from take us from 1 to 3 or 4. That's when they come to us. So it is there, but the limitation I think would be with regards to deep tech, IP is not streamlined. Sometimes these startups don't even have an IP. They think they are deep tech, but they think they're a tech company. When I tell them, have you filed a patent or at least a tech disclosure, they are like, what's that? Should we really do that? IP is an asset class. Even if your product, you take this product, you sell it, deep tech, like the gentleman rightly told, would take 5 to 10 years for you to commercialize it. But you can sub-license the IP, you can make money, business model out of sub-licensing the IP. So these days I'm going around talking about IP and how you can monetize on that. So that's something that Tamil Nadu, also India, can start focusing a little bit more on.
Yeah, I agree. Like sub-licensing IP, I have my personal experience in FAINS. So we have like 7 monoclonal antibodies and 2 peptides. And we are always looking at therapeutics as an end goal for our company. Fortunately, we came across a company which wanted to sub-license us. And the irony is that we were able to use our monoclonal antibody with their technology to identify Alzheimer's disease even in normal people. And our accuracy has been 93%. We are just submitting to the FDA for a FDA 510K application. That's only possible because, as you said, because we had a strong IP. And we are fortunate that as per the CEO of the other company, he told us that you may not need to raise any money for your therapeutics, the way the sub-licensing looks. So that's how the sub-licensing, I truly agree with you, IP has to be extremely strong for deep tech companies. And benching upon your funding part, we are also been a beneficiary of SBIR grants in the US. SBIR has been one of the major push for US economy, basically because 1 in 4 products, like 2 in 4 products that comes out of any industry is funded by the SBIR grant, and especially in biotech. So, to Mr. Paneer, how does the government at this point of time look into streamlining the deep tech funding protocol? I mean, there are a lot of policies that I have gone through, but I just wanted to, from your horse's mouth, like what is the flow of, like if I'm a startup, I come to look for a funding, what do you think the thing that you look at and what needs to be taken care of?
Okay, great. So I can say, assure one thing, for a good startup or a good solution, there is no dearth of funding, both from government side and as well as the from the market side. So I'll give you some numbers which is quite staggering. So we have under MAITI, we have three key buckets, which is India AI Mission, which is one of the flagship programs of the MeitY Ministry of Electronics and IT. And just for startups, we have set aside close to about 1,400 crores on that, right? That's approximately under one India AI Mission. So we have another India Semiconductor Mission. So again, there is about 600 to 700 crores set up as a fund for investment in semiconductor startups, largely design. Fabrication is a very different ballgame altogether. So in the design space, and there's a program, a subset of that is something called the Design Linked Incentives Program from the central government, from the MeitY perspective. Then we have my organization that I head, MSH, has about close to about almost 800 crores under multiple schemes for tech and deep tech startups. So if I can say, there is a significant amount of money that is being set aside in the Ministry of Electronics and IT. And needless to say, there is under Department of Science and Technology, the National Quantum Mission, which has set aside about 6,400 crores for Nash Quantum. And just about a month back, the first set of quantum startups were funded about 2 crores each. So there is DST, there is BIRAC in the bio space, IDEX in the defense innovation space and more strategic. So absolutely, I don't think there has been a really better time for startups in terms of funding from the government perspective. But the truth is, the quality of product, the quality of solutions, and the quality of outcome-based is now the need of the hour, right? I think gone are the days you could have an idea or a PowerPoint and raise some capital. Those days are behind us. For the startups and the aspiring entrepreneurs in the room, those days are not really anymore coming back. But if you have a good a solution and if you have a customer and if you have a scalable product, then definitely I always say in customers your best investor. And if you have a good customer base who's paying, investors will find you wherever you are, right? That is where, and we as government, we co-invest in multiple, we have invested in 90 startups in the last one and a half year. By end of March, we would have invested in about 140 startups. So practically, we would be one of the largest portfolio. And almost, I can say, 90% of them is tech. Maybe probably 10-15% is deep tech. But it's also that's how the market proportion is also, right? So absolutely, I think I gave you some really good numbers. I hope that will brighten up some of the, smile on people's face. But you need to work to get that fund. It's not easy.
Yeah, I agree. I think the government funding is exponentially increased over a period of time in the last 5 to 7 years. As you said, National Quantum Mission, I sit on one of the companies, quantum companies that recently got funded by the National Quantum Mission, QNU Labs. So I sit as their advisory board member. And as you said, I can correlate myself with what I said to both of our panelists when I was sitting down. Actually, I reached out to the QNU Labs through LinkedIn. I saw their name as a competitor in another startup that I invested in the US. And then I reached out to them in LinkedIn, to the CEO, that I would like to invest in the company. So as usual, first he thought I was looking for a job, and he didn't reply to me. And then I said I invested in this particular other company in the US. It's a quantum computing cybersecurity company. I'm really interested. Then it started as a LinkedIn journey. Now I speak to him like a couple of times a day. So that's how the relationship has started. It's not only money, it's a relationship that also builds along with that actually takes you further. And coming to the point further on the deep tech investments and funds, Government of Tamil Nadu is looking at setting up a deep tech fund. So with your extensive experience, Vijay, what do you think how the fund has to be structured in a very basic way? Like if you can, your thought process on that.
Yeah, so we would certainly welcome that fund. I think as you think about a deep tech a little more broadly, I think it requires a full ecosystem to be created for deep tech to be successful, because you need a lot of innovation to happen. And this requires fundamental research in many cases, a lot of work on science. This requires you to bring in academia together with business and various other infrastructure providers, business, all of them need to come together for this to really work. That's where the government can play a crucial role, not just in providing the capital, but in really creating that environment where deep tech can succeed. And you actually need to be able to think about this from a longer time horizon. And this is really a public good that you're creating here. So that's where I think the role of the government can be really powerful in creating that. From an investor perspective, we don't just provide dollars, we are active owners of our companies. And what that means is we try to bring in a lot of good practices that we've seen from all around the world to support the companies. So as you think about topics like commercialization, that's something that we've done many times before. So we can really help the startups. As you think about bringing in a lot of best practices within the business, we've done that several times before. As you think about bringing in good governance, we've done that several times before. So we can provide a lot of that aspect to the businesses along with the capital that we provide. But I think to have a government fund that can really provide that backstop, particularly for the entrepreneurs who are taking huge risks with their careers, betting their lives behind these deep tech topics, I think that's where really the fund can be powerful. And in many ways, I see that almost as like thinking about it as providing more of the support for the R&D side, where I think there is a fundamental need. And then there's like Mr. Panelists was saying, once you see a customer, once you see a market, the capital will really follow.
Okay, thank you. Following on that, like Dr. Vika, since because you work with the ecosystem, you're developing your own accelerator. When a deep tech fund is put in place, you need to have the ecosystem, right? Like as an accelerator, running an accelerator, what do you think should be in part of that deep tech fund so that it's like a best practice that goes along with it for the success journey of the fund?
Yeah, part of the fund, is it?
It's a deep tech fund.
Yes, so
Yeah.
you're asking what all should
Yeah,
be a
apart
part.
from the money capital,
Yes, yes.
what are the soft skills that has to be
Yes.
built in? Because for example, SBIR grant, right? Like for SBIR grant, we do have a portfolio which is funded by the fund itself. Like you can get an accessory fund where they have people who can work on your marketing or who can work on like a TABA grant. It's just called, it's basically telling you, the startup, what is your lacune, what needs to be fixed, and where you need to go, and where you need to seek these things, like a consultant hiring, for example, so something like that.
Actually, I like the question because it's a very, very important question. Like, because he is, we discussed, right? Taking an investor, not just putting the money in, but also, being mindful of the operations of the startups is a very important thing. So coming from the same line, I think any investor, deep tech for more importantly, it is very important to have venture partners who have the knowledge. That's very important. LPs who have the money, limited partners who have the money is one good thing, but to have the proper venture partners who can advise the startups, who can advise the fund also to invest into very good startups, and also partner with accelerators and incubators like that of us. Like for us, for example, River Venture Studio, our USP is all our startups, early stage, late stage, doesn't matter. They will do a compulsory proof of concept or a pilot with a potential client, right? So, that kind of an incubator and accelerator partner who will bring their startup to the market. Because like Mr. Panelists also said, I totally agree. These days, angel investors are asking my startups, what is your revenue? What, are you kidding me? That you're an angel, right? You are supposed to invest in an idea or the person. But no, that's not the case at all. So we all have to work together to bring these startups to the market. And I think the Deep Tech Fund should also partner with the right stakeholders like that of ours, academic institutes and also government, and also should have their own in-house VPs. And I also know VCs and deep tech funds who also have their own strategic communication teams who will also give a blast for their startups when they do their own marketing and branding. So all of this has to be in place. Yeah.
To Mr. Panir, regarding the structure of the fund, like because you have run multiple funds, and do you see it should be like a grant or it should be like an equity participation? Because there is skin in the game, as well as like, because Tamil Nadu has done in the past some investments in SME space like Titan and things like that, right? So thinking that into consideration, what type of funding should be allocated, like equity grants or non-equity grants? how do you really come out with a structure like that?
So maybe I'll take a little bit latitude and maybe step back, take a step back. And I think fund is a very important part of the process. I think since there may be educational institutions, there are mixed audience we have. I think identifying the use case for the deep tech and the problem that you are solving, and building a very strong concept note, I think that becomes a very important point, especially if you are in education institutions. You pretty much have a certain amount of infrastructure which is already there to build on your a concept or proof of concept. I think that is where a lot of energy to be spent. When you hit the market running, when you need the fund, I think, and that's where we also come in. So we have three aspects of funding. So we have an entrepreneur in residence for educational institutions, which are reputed educational institutions. We are funding them with up to 10 lakh of grant for entrepreneur through an entrepreneur in residence program, where they just take an idea, start building it, start nurturing that, and over a period of 2 to 3, 2.5 years, we want to get them to a scale that the MVP or a product is ready, and we can prototype is ready, so that they can start looking for the next level. So entrepreneur in residence is the first level of idea to a POC to a prototype. That's something up to a 10 lakh we give them a grant. The second aspect is is what we call the the go-to-market kind of a place where we have to kind of getting into market traction and allowing them to. That's up to 40 lakhs. So it's about we co-invest as government. It's public money, so we can't decide what we really we want to do. So we follow a lead investor. So we co-invest along with the lead investor on the same term sheet, and we call it like what you say, government's trust in you. So that gives a lot more confidence to the other ecosystem partners, stakeholders, that okay, the government has also participated in this process. With 40 lakhs or 50 lakhs, even a crore, it's only limited runway end of the day, right? But the truth is, it's a token of one appreciation and token of putting up the trust in the startup to say, hey, and patting on the back, saying just go forward. So that's the second level. We also have a scale-up grant, which goes up to a crore, again, up to a crore for deep tech startups. So, sorry, scale-up investment, not grant, right? So there are largely, we have government, or most governments have moved to the model of investing, because we would love to, the money to come back and be reinvested in the ecosystem. So that's where we are. But in the initial stages, we have some grants for entrepreneur in residence. So it's 3 stages. That's where we participate.
Yeah, that's an amazing plan. Like, you invest in different stages based on the value of debt. Initially, you just give grants, and then probably that's the real well made out model. Coming to Vijay.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Actually, it's very interesting to know that, because Singapore government does exactly that. So there is a $50,000 grant which they would just give it to the founder. Okay, take it, no questions asked. You're a first-time founder, we want to support you. And then there is up to 750,000 Singapore dollar. There they take equity. It's for it's called POC grant, and proof of concept and proof of value grant up to 750,000, where they take equity, but it is still a grant, right? And then, similar to your scale-up investment, there is a one-on-one matching. You find a private investor who puts 1 million on above, then Singapore government, no questions asked, will match it. And yes, they will take an equity as well, because it's an investment. So it's very nice to know that the model is the same across the globe. Yeah.
Just to add, so one of the things that we are also moving towards is investment is definitely very, very important stuff. But we are also looking at where I can get purchase order for my startups. So we are putting together a program where we would be very closely working with large corporates, who are already in the deep tech space, and see how my startup ecosystem can actually co-create and collaborate with them. And we are going to we are working on a model where government incentivizes or government encourages the corporates to participate in the startup kind of engagement, so that there is where the sustainability comes in, because there's at some point in time money will run out, right? It's not possible to keep funding. So So purchase order-based conversations, co-creation with large corporates, these are also aspects that now we are getting into the conversation. So even you will see some things coming up very soon on that space.
That's amazing. Circling back a little bit on IP, to Vijay, like as an investor, how do you value IP in a deep tech startup, and what do you look at basically when I'm a startup founder, I come and pitch to you. What do you actually look at me to invest in my company apart from the
So there are a few different things we look at when you come to the point of putting dollars of your capital that you have raised. And typically, we would raise capital from insurance funds, from pension funds, sovereign wealth funds. So we think of ourselves as fiduciaries of that capital. So there is that assessment that we really have to do when you put that capital into a company. The types of things that we look for usually are around, are you really solving a problem that has a significant need? And do you have something really unique to solve that problem? So the metrics that we would typically go after would be things like your total addressable market. What kind of a market potential can you really go after here? Is this material enough? Is this problem something that is worthy of really devoting dollars to solving, right? That's one thing we really look for. And then we look for the differentiation in terms of how you're approaching that problem to solve it. And is this something that, first of all, can be validated, can be proven? And is this something that can be sustainable? Those are specific things that we look for. And then as an investor, we're looking at this not as a standalone investment, but against a variety of different investment options. So how does this stack up versus the other alternatives for investment as well, right? And once we believe in the founding team, once we have belief in the thesis that they are after, then we move towards the funding stage, right? So that's really the approach that we take. Now, what we also need to look at is, as you think about an effect of an ecosystem around a particular idea. When you do have that, whether it's in terms of talent, whether it's in terms of academia, or whether it's in terms of existing startups or venture funding, that really has a lot of positive reinforcement around the idea as well. Because I think you find that it's not always one seed that grows into a plant, but you essentially get a forest. So that's something that we look for as well as we think about investments.
Thank you. Yeah, circling back on the IP, I think to answer Dr. Viveka's initial question when the startup founders came to you without an IP, actually government has a lot of grants for IP applications as well. I've been to a couple of engineering colleges here, like Sairam Engineering College and VIT. They have a separate department actually which runs when they help file the IP through the government entity, and the government actually funds the cost of the IP application for the startup. So I think it's a good thing that they have initiated that, but I think it's very underutilized, I would say that way. And I was about to ask you the metrics. Actually, you laid out the metrics of how the fund should work out. So I think if there is something in like 2030, where do you envision Tamil Nadu? Because there is a huge pull and push from like all the governments here, like for a deep tech, I would say transformation throughout India and in particular in Tamil Nadu. So I would ask you of you, like, where do you envision in 2030 India will look like in a deep tech field? Because we have been a service sector for a very, very long time. And I'll start with Mr. Panir, then Vijay, and Dr. Viveka.
You put me in a spot. I think Tamil Nadu is very well placed for a very wonderful growth, I think. Let us be realistic. We are half of Bangalore software exports as of today, right? We are second in the country, definitely, or probably second or third in place in the country as a state, but we are still if Bangalore is about 160 lakh crores, we are about 70,000 odd crores. So we are almost half of that. We have a huge headroom for growth in the overall software exports and tech exports itself, and there is a huge opportunity. We have traditionally been a manufacturing ecosystem also. Tamil Nadu has its own. So it's a great opportunity for us to kind of merge both, because deep tech and AI, IoT, all of this in manufacturing also will be a huge opportunity, and using that combination of these two areas that we have, we can really contribute to a large export pool. So that's a huge opportunity. Second, I think the biggest strength of Tamil Nadu is the kind of quality of academic institutions that we have. And though we have a huge, again, there is an opportunity to improve, reach to a global standard, because in deep tech, in tech, you got to be a class apart in terms of the quality. You're competing with global talent, so there's no question of competing with another state in the country. You're competing with, and given the kind of global world that we live, we really need to up our ante in the skilling space, because there's a lot of, needless to say, there's a lot of wonderful programs that are happening in the state, but still we need to focus on that. The third element, I think, is the digital infrastructure, both the DPI, what we call the digital public infrastructure. I think that needs to really be again improved at a state level, right? Because computing capability, all with the DP, I'm not sure how many of you are following the DP Act, which is a Data Protection Act, which is a game changer for now. With it will come a lot more positive outcomes. So some of these things are policy work is being done. Infrastructure, both at the central level and the state level, needs to be up. Skill needs to be pushed forward. Given if we get these building blocks right, I think Tamil Nadu will be in a fantastic space in 2030. I'm waiting. Multiple unicorns out of Chennai, Madurai, and Coimbatore should be very much possible.
Vijay, in addition to that, regarding the upskilling, how do you, because people have a convention, right? Deep tech, if there is a change in the technology, then the talent goes away, or there is an unemployment rate increase. How do you merge that so that the deep tech investments at 2030 can change that, or what is your thought on that?
Yeah, so I think if you, just building on what Panelists talked about from Tamil Nadu context, but let's look at this in the context of what's happening around the world today. There is deglobalization happening. So that's really going to push a lot of different economies to really think about innovating for their own region. So there's definitely going to be a push there. If you look at the talent flows, there's a significant shortage of talent in the West, particularly with engineering, data science talent. Just to give you a number, across EQT's portfolio companies in Tamil Nadu, we have over 17,500 engineers and data scientists working. That's the kind of scale and capacity that we have that we can continue to build on. Climate change is actually going to pose another challenge as well. And then topics around sustainability, around really empowering women, DEI, all of them are really going to come into play as you think about innovating for the next 10 years and not for innovation for what happened earlier. So I think all of these elements are really going to provide Tamil Nadu with a great opportunity over the next coming decades to really use this opportunity to be disruptive in terms of how we can really create a new hotbed for deep tech now. And I think a lot of the enabling talent, a lot of the enabling forces around academia, around companies, all of them are present today. So you just have to leverage on that. And just looking at a lot of our services companies, so many of them have moved up the chain into product, and now they're moving into innovation. Just as the minister was talking about earlier today. I think there is really evidence of that happening on the ground today. So I think there's really a great potential for Tamil Nadu going ahead.
Dr. Viveka?
Actually, the answer is very simple. I think industry 5.0 is where it is going, which is digital transformation, which is Tamil Nadu is spending a lot of money, and also they are working on it already, right? And like he said, climate tech is the next thing to be if you're looking at the next 5 years. And the other thing is also manufacturing, which again, Tamil Nadu government invests a lot of money into. Manufacturing, advanced manufacturing. Advanced manufacturing could be in terms of automating or in terms of, advanced packaging materials. It could be anything. But that is what is the global problem statement, and I think everybody, every other smaller ecosystems has to contribute towards that, right? So advanced manufacturing, climate tech, and also digital transformation, these are the three key areas. And like you said, inclusivity is something that we very consciously focus on. When I was doing my previous accelerator, manufacturing related, and then it's all men, right? If we are to do something for the global audience, then it should have different sort of voices, not just all white men, brown men, or even I've seen the downfall of all women-led startup. All this entire C-suite is women. That's wrong. It has to be diverse and inclusive enough. So I think when all of these elements are there, then that's the next 5 years.
Just to add to that, I think one of the important part of 2030, I think we have not really unleashed the power of academia in deep tech.
Yes.
The research and development that happens in the academia is one of the most critical parts of this puzzle, because if you look at globally, a significant amount of research and development happens in the institutes. When I started my career 25 years back, we were talking about academia industry collaboration. We are still talking about academia industry collaboration. It has improved, it's become very, very good. But the truth is, if the faculties, the professors, if they need to get into the research and they need to build that pipeline, I think that's where the real opportunity lies for Tamil Nadu also.
Thank you. I'll leave the floor open for questions. Yeah. We'll finish it.
Afternoon speakers. So this is open for all. Ma'am, and you had mentioned that, first of all, introducing myself, I'm the CSO of Renionics. We're a deep tech, climate tech startup working on glass recycling. So most of deep tech startups, as the gentleman stated, is a very long-term game. And given the very long-term nature of these many deep tech, climate tech startups, how can these startups, effectively communicate their long-term value prop and, mitigate this risk of, longer development cycles to investors?
Should I go first?
Go ahead.
Sorry?
You go ahead.
Yeah, should I go? Yeah, okay. So that's a good question. Like I said, deep tech, if you're talking about tech, it's a different thing. Deep tech IP is a good asset class. And like I said, it will take 5 to, let's say, if it's a medical device, even 10 years to commercialize it. But in the meanwhile, you can sub-license. Sometimes you don't even have to be a deep tech. One of my startups, it's a e-marketplace for salon, okay? I told them to use AI into it and make it more intelligent. And I also told them, you have a platform in place which onboard salon, booking system. You can license out that technology for some other use case, So we introduced another, so like I said, we try to find out proof of concept and potential clients for our startups. So one of the startups from Tamil Nadu, they are an e-marketplace for refurbished electronics goods, right? So when I brought them to some Singapore-based potential clients, they said, oh, we don't really need what they're doing, but you know what, we like the technology, the platform that they have developed, to be used for an FMCG application. So can we, work with them on that, So that kind of monetize on what technology that you have. If it is a platform technology, well and good, because what can be used for EdTech can also be used for some other e-commerce platform. I don't know what your technology is, but I'm telling you just an example. So I think licensing out your core IP or your core technology is something that you can monetize on in the meanwhile. And the other ways which startups also make money is they try to provide some services allied to what they do, you know. Even this e-marketplace for salon, they are also giving HR services for hairstylists and, you know, things like that, and also branding and influencer services. So something like that, you can become more creative and make money, but it should not also dilute or distract you from your longer term value proposition. So that's for the founders and the board members to sit and take a call. Yeah.
Yeah, I call that the baby mother syndrome, being a doctor, basically because as a founder or a product guy, you are clued upon to do what you want to do. You don't want to think out of the box. So you usually, like if it's a long-term phenomena, then you just step out of yourself and ask a third person to critically question you like a devil's advocate. Don't be soft, okay, to the point that you come out with tears. And then you really know where you are having another possibility of generating revenue. Even small revenue, as I said, right, like a little before Dr. Viveka is saying, right, where show me the revenue for a deep tech startup, you don't have a revenue, but you can still have some amount of revenue which satisfies someone. So that makes people to look at you, but it is not your end goal. Your end goal has to be the goal that you created for.
If I may just add to it, I think one of the key parts of building a deep tech startup is also to associate yourself with the right ecosystem. For example, in Chennai, you have the IIT Madras Research Park, right? You can't do it alone. You need a very strong set of technical mentors. You need infrastructure that will need to support you for your labs or testing, all of that. So associate yourself with the right kind of partner or accelerator or a research park. That will help you to kind of by default help you, at least give you some runway for 2 years, 3 years time. I think that's very important because it's not going to be easy doing it alone. That's something which I can suggest.
We'll take one more question. Yeah, Vijay.
Adding on
one other additional thought I'll offer to you as well is maybe to think about investors not as somebody who are going to take you all the way through, but think about investments in innings, if you will. So there are investors who can come in very early stage. Then there are investors who will come in Series A, B, C, D, and then you go into private equity. Then you go into futures funding and so on. So there's a significant segmentation of investor groups that's happened over time. So the value add that you can also get from each of these investors has a shelf life to it. The investors may not be able to help you, guide you from like a small pre-revenue stage all the way through 100 million stage to $1 billion and so on. So to be able to partner with the right investors for each stage, even though they might not be with the company all through, think about them as more like stewards who are essentially helping you along the way, and take their help and then move on to give them an exit onto the next set of investors as you achieve your milestones along the way. That may be a way to think about it as well.
We'll take one more question.
Yeah. My name is Madhusudan from a healthcare startup. So one of the issues I'm going to ask, obviously it's for PS, since he represents the government, I'm going to ask him. Of course, he can't solve it by himself. The challenge, right? A lot of deep tech products need to be first installed within the government, which is one of our big high tech consumers in India. And the issue is a lot of the current mindset is always the first question is where else have you deployed it, right? And do you have FDA approval? It's a med tech product. So a lot of these create additional barriers for usage in country. It's actually a live experience. When you go to an AIMS, said, Madhu, you have a great product, but you have an FDA approval so that I can straight away use it. So that's not really how it's going to work. So I think the government probably needs to have, you said building the ecosystem. And I think the government itself is the first ecosystem that needs to change, adapt to using more Indian technologies and experimenting with them. You can see it play out in a very dramatic fashion in the defense technologies, right? There are people selling stuff outside the country which they are not able to sell here, right? Which is really very strange. So, so the government is actually the first challenge here in terms of developing the ecosystem.
I think, I would definitely agree with you. I think we, as a customer group, government is evolving. I think you also partly answered the question. The IDEX is a phenomenal example where government has worked well with the startup ecosystem, and then they have nurtured it, and they are now gone to that stage where they can just supply to the government as well as export those outcomes. In every ministry, every department, and every state is in a spectrum today. They are all in a journey. Some of them have really warmed up to the idea of working on a POC very, almost on an instantaneous basis. Some of them take some time. I think they're also learning, they're also understanding certain, if you look at the fintech sector, like the kind of changes that have happened, the ecosystem that been created for fintech startups is phenomenal. How IRDA, how RBI, how all of the sandboxes, NPCI, all of the sandboxes that have been set up to drive data-based support system for startups has been extremely phenomenal. There are sectors that they will have to be a little bit more, for want of better word, optimistically cautious, Madhu. So that is the kind of journey that we are seeing. But eventually, I keep saying there are only two customer groups for startups. One is government, one is corporates. So government is doing have started that journey and moving towards a very positive way. Corporates also need to chime in, and that's all. They need to really chip in and kind of take those things forward. So it's a work in progress. I definitely agree that there's a lot more that can be done, but there are certain spots where we're really shining, but some spots we can really do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we'll close the session. Thank you very much for your patient hearing, and thank you, the panelists, and thank you.
May I request you to please stay back, sir, please. I'd like to call upon Mr. Guru Chandran, District Revenue Officer, ELCOT, to felicitate our speaker and moderator of today, Dr. Sendil Sambandam. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Guru Chandran on the stage, please. Next, I would like to please felicitate Dr. Viveka Khalidasan. Can you give a huge round of applause, please, everybody? Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Venkata Chalapati, Senior Project Manager, to please come on the stage. To felicitate Mr. Vijay Raghavan, Head of Operations, EQT Private Capital Asia. Sir, please stay. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Panelists Madanagopal, CEO, Mighty Startup Hub. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to all the panelists and the speaker and moderator of today. It was a great session. We all had a definite impact on whatever you gave us today. Thank you so much once again. We will now have a 5-minute break before we go on to the next session, which is on building a resilient Tamil Nadu, local solutions for climate action. Welcome you once again to day one of Umagine Tamil Nadu 2025, where we inform, inspire, and innovate. Moving on, we are going to the next panel discussion on the topic Building a Resilient Tamil Nadu Local Solutions for Climate Actions. First, I would like to call upon Mr. Raj Bhagat Palanichami, the moderator and speaker for today. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? He's a senior expert at WRI, a global research organization focused on sustainability and environmental conservation. With over 15 years of experience in environmental policy, climate change, and sustainable development, he has built a successful career driving impactful initiatives in both the public and private sectors. He specializes in climate adaptation, sustainable finance, and policy advocacy, working to promote scalable solutions for environmental challenges. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon our first panelist for today, Mr. Pradeep John, widely known as the Tamil Nadu weatherman. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? He's a passionate meteorologist and a trusted voice when it comes to weather forecasting in Tamil Nadu. With a deep interest in understanding climate patterns and the science of weather, he has become a popular figure for his accurate and timely weather predictions. His expertise goes beyond just forecasting. He is a strong advocate for weather awareness, disaster preparedness, and the role of accurate meteorology in supporting communities. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. C. Valen, CEO of CBROS. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? Dr. C. Valen is currently working as CEO in CBROS Group, Chennai, since April 2024. He was working as city head in Chennai operations at Ascendas India for over 10 years and as ED and CEO at Tata Realty Infrastructure Limited for its flagship development at Ramanujam IT City in Chennai for over 10 years. He's also working as Professor of Practice at Anna University now. He's also an executive board member in Indian Green Building Council, which promotes green building and carbon neutral initiatives. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. G. Sundararajan, coordinator of Poovulagan Nanbargal. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage, please? He is a leading environmental activist and the volunteer coordinator for Poovulagan Nanbargal, an organization dedicated to raising awareness on climate change and environmental protection in Tamil Nadu. Professionally, he runs digital solutions and robotic companies. He has been part of major environmental campaigns focusing on climate change, safe food, and opposing the Kudakundam nuclear plant. He successfully conducted the Youth and Climate campaign, reaching over 1 lakh students as a governing council member. He helped set climate goals for Tamil Nadu. He has authorized 3 influential books on environmental issues and led legal battles for environmental justice. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Stephen Metzler, Director, Water Resources, San Antonio River Authority. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? He's an experienced water resource professional with over 25 years in planning, designing, and construction, specializing in operation and maintenance of lakes and major rivers in Texas. His career as a public servant and engineering consultant has focused on building water supply and flood control infrastructure, including leading teams during major storm events for effective flood operations. He has successfully managed multi-million-dollar projects aimed at river remediation and water quality improvement, while also serving in emergency and water quality. Extensive international experience includes collaborative on civil infrastructures projects and participation in national and international technical committees with organizations such as the American Water Works Association and the American Society of Civil Engineers. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Rajesh Lakoni, IAS, State Relief Commissioner, Additional Chief Secretary and Commissionerate of Revenue Administration, Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage, please? He is a distinguished IAS officer of the 1984 batch belonging to the Tamil Nadu cadre. With a career spanning several decades, he has held numerous important administrative roles in both the Tamil Nadu government and the central level. He is widely respected for his leadership, integrity, and commitment to improving public administration. Over the years, he has served in various capacities, including as Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu in several departments, such as Industry, Environment, and Public Works. He has also worked in Department of Revenue and Urban Development, where his efforts in policy formulation and governance reforms left a lasting impact. We welcome you, sir. I would like to commence the meeting.
Thank you so much, actually. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this introduction as well as the organization of the event as well. I actually congratulate the government of Tamil Nadu for a very successful meeting over here. I think so far it has been going very great. And, though this has been conducted by the IT department and everything around that, we are actually going to talk about climate change. And particularly local solutions towards that, which is actually very, very interesting and very different over here. But I think it's very, very relevant, which you would find over, why we are talking about it. So as you can see, the topic is actually building a resilient Tamil Nadu, local solutions for climate action. But we'll also bring some global perspectives as well on the narratives and the challenges and everything around that. So we have a very good panel over here, I think. We have hydrologists, we have weather forecasters, we have, people working on climate change and the government and also private sector as well, and a non-profit organization as well, right? I think a good dimension has been covered over here. I think it's a very great session. Just setting up some rules, actually we'll be talking initially, we'll hear from the opinion from the different panelists. And you can reserve your questions for the end. We'll be taking some questions from the audience. So please do not interrupt while the panelists are speaking. Deeply appreciate if we can do that. Right, so actually we'll, since we are sitting in this order, I think we'll take this as the order of speaking. Or if anyone has a preference, you can go at the end. But anyway, as you know, Tamil Nadu actually being a tropical region, we face a lot of climate-related issues. Whether it is natural issues itself and how we are urbanizing and everything around that. And on top of it, we have the problem of climate change, which is taking the variations and the problems to a little bit more extreme levels, right? So that is the challenge that we are facing. And we have so many. That is the challenge, the physical challenge that we have, and then we have the problem of socio-economic situations of the state, and how do we adapt or how do we find solutions towards it, right? So in this context, I think we can start the panel. We'll begin with Dr. Velan. So as you know, he's going to talk about a lot on real estate and the building and the property and everything around that, the market around that, and how solutions from that can help related to this. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Because I am from the real estate side, I will just speak about what are the things which impacts the climate. Because we are the culprits for creating this impact to the environment. Yeah? Anyway, so my friends, the specific thing which I want to highlight, we have been into real estate development, which means a lot of office buildings, residential buildings, all infrastructure, etc., are required for economical growth of the country. We cannot avoid, because it has to be there. When you do such kind of development, what exactly it creates is also creating impact to the environment. We all know about it. But the principle of green concepts, green building concepts, all those things which we are also inculcating. I'm also part of Indian Green Building Council. So what we try to do is, developments cannot be stopped. It is required for the growth. And at the same time, minimizing the impact to the environment is what we call it as green building initiatives. So various methods, in fact, I will take some case studies so that it will be easy for some of the students also there so to understand better. So impact, creating impact is all known. We are developing a lot of constructions and all, it's just creating impact. But how do we minimize the impact? That is what I'm going to speak a little bit on. There are three-step approach which we adopted in the recent past, where I was part of Tata Realty's flagship project, Ramanujan IT City, most of you may be knowing, and Capital Land, all those developments. We have adopted three-step approach. The step one is going for green building, which talks about less consumption of energy for the building, less water, probably recycling and all those, helps the fresh water consumption less, and indoor air quality and all those things. These are a few things, and waste minimization. This is predominantly the first step we get into. And the step two predominantly refers to going for net zero. Net zero is basically talking about energy side, water side, and waste side, which we have demonstrated for the first time. It's not impossible, because we ourselves can able to put up little bit of efforts in designing the buildings in such a way, passive measures, active measures we call it as. The passive measures, if architects are there, they know how to orient the building towards the sun path, how to design the building which natural light is coming in. So those are called passive measures. Active measures, choose the equipments in such a way which are energy efficient equipments. And water recycling process, wastewater is even treated and used in cooling towers, so that fresh water is not used. So those kind of things which goes into the second step. These two steps which any developer, anybody can implement it, because it is in your control. The third step what we are talking is carbon neutral, which is external dependent. Some of the manufacturing of steel, cement, all those building materials are all supposed to be green focused, which is not ready today. That is why even in the central government, state government, everybody is keeping that timeline for going for carbon neutral across is sometime in 2070. Even if it is advanced by 20 years, it is 2050. Even developed countries like Singapore is only planning 2050. So what I am trying to say is, these are the initiatives which we can able to bring in to eliminate the or minimize the impact to the environment. Having said so, still there are climate change related effect we are all facing. How do we prepare or build the campuses in order to take care of that kind of resilience, resilient buildings? In another way, it is called resilient buildings. To adapt to those kind of eventualities, how do we design the buildings kind of thing? Also, there are methods. A few things I discuss and just leave it to the other speaker. One, the major problem is that the flooding. How do we design the building in such a way, where I was also talking to John before coming to the dais. There are certain ways of storing the rainwater. You can have this storage sumps which you can use it for the non-rainy period, for the consumption of the buildings. The second, suppose there is overflow from that. What you can do is that recharging boreholes, where that shallow water table is lower, you can able to charge that without passing this water to this stormwater drain externally. If you adopt this principle, simple principle of using this water stored, used in the non-rainy period, the second, if you use that recharging boreholes for pushing this extra water to that surface shallow level, you are avoiding that water going from your campus to the external stormwater drain. If you do that particular thing, you are doing your justice. There are people flooding the stormwater drain, which is it is predominantly causing this flooding in that vicinity. This is one of the experiences which we have seen. So these are few things which we can implement. So you are building the campus which is resilient in nature in terms of the eventualities. This is the first level of communication I just want to make it. And then if there is a time, I will just pass on to the government side, some of the things which they can able to support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll actually ask Stephen to talk right now. Since Stephen is coming from very much of a hydrology background and water authority and management of it, so as I think Stephen also toured some parts of Adyar and
Yes.
everything around that, right? Like, so based on your experience of what you saw in TN, Tamil Nadu, and what your experiences are in the US, what do you think are the challenges as well as those kind of things? If you can talk about it, it'll be great.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between what we saw on our tour the other day and what we see and experience in the United States. So, but first of all, I want to just say thank you for inviting me out here to be a part of this. I appreciate such a distinguished panel of guests here, so I appreciate it very much. We had a very good tour led by Mr. Pradeep, a very gracious tour and hospitable host, so thank you very much. And it was interesting to see the level of development that's gone on within the city. And as we know, a lot of development has to do with increasing the runoff and decreasing the opportunity for recharge zones or recharging the aquifers. And so that is one of the things that we struggle with a lot in San Antonio as well. There's been a lot of laws and regulations passed so that we've done a lot of protecting of our recharge zones. And there's a lot of experimentation that goes on in and around those recharge zones so that we can find ways to slow down the water, let a lot of the sediment and debris fall out, and then allow the water to seep back in and progress with recharging and being a big part of our water supply. Whereas what we saw over the 2 days ago was the influence of the city has been fantastic, where you can see a lot of the influences of the regulations and laws that the city has passed and have been going into action. But as soon as you get outside the city limits, you can see where it ends and a lot of encroachment occurs. And there's been a lot of just kind of what I would describe as just free-for-all. You know, anybody can build and put up near the river or right at the edge of the river and put themselves in a dangerous position. So we struggle with that, but I think we've done enforcement is a big part of it, and that's just something that the city has to be a big part of in enforcing. TN has to be a big part of that as well. So yeah, thank you.
You got more time. You can add if you have any other information. But anyways, next we'll invite Sundarajan sir. So Sundarajan sir, you know, I think he has been working on climate-related stuff in Tamil Nadu for so long. So he's actually the bigger expert over here with respect to the challenges that we face in TN, as well as with both the technical side as well as the social side of things. So yeah, in this context, please go ahead, sir.
So. Panelists and dignitaries on the stage and off the dais. Good afternoon to all. It is really, I would like to note with the hope that no conference could happen without a session on climate change, Umagine included. So 5 years, 3 years back, we would have never thought that a technical conference like Umagine will have a session on climate change. I think things are changing for betterment and also for our understanding. I would like to open with saying that building resilience is not just infrastructure. And the technology cannot be a panacea of all our problems. Technology is needed, I don't deny that. But it cannot be sarvaroha nivarani kadiyadu. Sarvaroha nivarani kadiyadu. It cannot deal all our problems, solve all our problems. And just resilience is not just about infrastructure. Actually, what resilience means is empowering our communities, learning from the traditional practices, and complementing it with the modern innovation is what actually resilience means today. We have got two fine examples that I would like to quote from our ancient traditional practices. One, the Kudimaramathu practice, which is about tank management, and the Vayalagam practice, which is about water conservation. So the delta farmers, especially the Kallanai farmers near Kallanai, have adopted this, and they have now integrated with the modern science of satellite mapping and modern engineering to predict the rainfall, use the water bodies, and save the state and the coastal districts from droughts and also from floods. So what is needed in terms of resilience is, how do we use our traditional practices or wisdom, complement with modern science or modern innovation, and bring it as a comprehensive and very exhaustive solution. The first example that I said was the Kudimaramathu and the Vayalagam system. The second example is how the farmers of Delta region are using the traditional crop rotation methods and also adapting climate resilient seed varieties which will ensure our food security. It's not the conventional way of agriculture that we should follow. We have a traditional system of crop rotation, and if we are using crop rotation and using, drought resilient varieties or flood resilient varieties, so it is like clubbing both the tradition, the practice, and also innovation into it. So if the Kudimaramatu scheme or the Vayalagam scheme can be extended throughout the delta districts, it becomes viable for the delta districts. The same way the fisher folks of Nagapatnam and Kadalur, they have used their traditional knowledge of the sea along with the modern weather forecasting system, and they have set up their own early warning systems. So this could be adapted to the coastal districts of Tamil Nadu. And I would also like to add that adaptation is not just replication. What works in water management in Coimbatore need not work in Chennai in the urban context. So what is adaptation is taking up the best practices, adapting to the local conditions. The local conditions would be local, social, ecological, and economic context. But how do we contextualize the traditional practice to a particular place or geography that this system has to be adapted is what is needed, not just mere replication. So the focus area of the Tamil Nadu government, Tamil Nadu state should be how do we empower our local bodies? How do we empower our local bodies to build up climate resilient villages, towns, or urban cities? Actually, our urban cities are labs of climate innovation, I would say that. When Chennai faced a drought in 2019, most of the residential complexes, as Mr. Veran was saying, they started to have inbuilt water harvesting structures. So whatever rain falls, catch where it falls. Where the rain falls, catch it. Don't let it go to us as a runoff water. And a lot of residential areas we see we are building up, green terrace gardens so that the runoff becomes very slow. So actually urban cities are labs of innovation. So if we are able to adapt these things that is more localized, more contextualized, I think that is the need of the hour. This can be done not by a government or by a state which is completely centralized. It can be done only by local bodies, urban local bodies, panchayat systems, and with the help of volunteers is very, very crucial. The second thing is we should develop a network of communities. See, a farmer who has solved a water issue in Theni should be able to give his knowledge to a farmer in Tiruvarur. This network need not be a government-driven one. It can be a network by the communities for the communities. So there should be a network of communities which can share knowledge, which can share the traditional practices, which could be adapted to a particular local geographical condition based on certain changes and modifications. And also we need to involve the youth and students in terms of creating climate awareness. See, I know I might deviate from the question that Raj had asked, but if you want to write the history of the earth, you will write it as common era or before common era, right? Even before we used to write before Christ and after AD, but it was religious, so we decided to write as common era and before common era. But if you want to write the history of humans, you will have to write before 2024 and after 2024. So 2024 is a very, very important year, which is 2024. Before is pre-climate era, and after 2024 is post-climate era. In the last year, the world witnessed 365 days of extreme events in any part of at least in one part of the world. So the youth and the students have to be involved in the climate literacy. So basically, I would like to say that the resilient Tamil Nadu is what is needed, and Tamil Nadu has shown the way in social justice. So we have got an opportunity in terms of climate crisis to use this as an opportunity, not only to show to the other states of Tamil Nadu, but to the entire world, especially the developing countries. So this is what I would like to conclude by saying this.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Actually, it was great talking about localization of solutions, as well as, in a world where we have crossed a lot of these planetary boundaries, right? Like, so we have been facing a lot of these issues, and a lot of time the solutions that we get are like, a pre-planned package, and how do we localize it and everything around that. That's actually a great speech. Actually, I'll ask Pradeep John to talk a little bit on this with respect to, I don't have to give any introduction to Pradeep John, and he's quite well followed, and in times like these, I think he's the best man to talk to right now, I guess. So please go ahead, Pradeep John.
Thank you, Raj. Basically, if you see in the last 100 years, there are the extreme events was about 750 extreme events were there. So out of which, in the last century, there was about 400 events. The last 20 years, so we have seen the similar kind of events. We can see every year the number of extreme events have been increasing. So maybe in the Tamil Nadu, you can see last 3 years, if we can take there are major floods which have affected some parts of this district. I think in 2022, we had a lot of slow moving. So recent phenomenon, we have been observing the patterns of these low pressures or the cyclonic storm or whatever it is. So we can see in 2024 there was one low pressure which gave almost 400 millimeters of rainfall for Srikali in 2022. And 2023, you are aware, you would have seen the South Tamil Nadu floods. It was not even a low pressure system, it was just an upper air circulation which gave almost 945 millimeters of rainfall for Kayalpatnam. So in the east coast, if you have seen, so that is unimaginable. Nowhere in the east coast of India, right? Not only Tamil Nadu, maybe Andhra Pradesh or even Odisha or even West Bengal. Nowhere 945 millimeters of rainfall have fallen in the eastern coast of our Indian coast. So and even Michang cyclone, which was also a very, very slow moving cyclone. So once it came close to Chennai, we saw again the slow movement. And recently, in 2024, you would have seen the Fengal cyclone, which was almost stagnant for 12 to 15 hours in areas close to Pondicherry and Viluppuram areas. And almost dumped for close to 500 millimeters of rainfall. And it was able to sustain. It had a unique clouding pattern where the left and the western part of the cyclone had clouds, but the other side, eastern part did not have clouds. So it was raining heavily in the eastern side. It chose the same path. So even going up to Krishnagiri, it was able to take moisture from support from whatever rains which have been pounded earlier. So we see this increasing trend of this extreme rains, particularly the slow moving systems, which are very difficult to pick. At least 2 days, 3 days in advance, we would not want to know whether it is going to be such a rainfall is going to happen in a particular area, because 500 mm before 2020, if you have taken a pattern, not often you will see this kind of rainfall which has been dumped in northeast monsoon. So this is an increasing trend which we are seeing often. And particularly northeast monsoon is, we call it as ignored monsoon, because most of the India doesn't get rainfall in northeast monsoon. So only the Tamil Nadu state gets almost 50% of its rainfall from the northeast monsoon. So not much importance is given. It's very, very erratic. But luckily in the last 4 years, 5 years, we have been getting almost normal to excess rainfall. Most of the rainfall will be associated with cyclonic storms or depressions. So when you know that it is going to be associated with cyclonic storms or depressions, so it is going to be associated with extreme events. And the recent trend of slow moving systems, so the extreme events is going to be in the higher side. And secondly, so we need a very good weather forecast systems, and particularly for Chennai now we have adopted for ensemble forecast system. So where if you take various model runs, almost 50-member ensemble, or if you take for ECMF or for GFS, you can take 30 members. So if we rely on one model, so we are going to fail in picking up this extreme rainfall. So in case of ensemble weather prediction, we can give the disaster management. What is the probability of the higher scale? So what is the lower scale? So we have discussed State Disaster Relief Commissioner Sir is here. So we have been identifying which model is able to pick up this rainfall, which pattern. We are also now taking whether it is 72 hours. Sometimes when we are saying that expecting rainfall in Chennai, suddenly it changes track and goes to Pondicherry. So which is the period, which is that lead period, time which we want to see, which picks up this rainfall. So we have observed that 36 hours, 24 hours and almost 18 hours. Beyond that, we are not able to pick exactly, okay, this is the exact location the rainfall is going to dump. So unless we know that, we are not able to start preparing. So we have a lead time of around 24 hours or 18 hours at maximum in this extreme areas in the particular monsoon we have observed. In the same way, we go for heat waves. So in 2023, we would have seen extreme heat waves. In April itself, we would have seen almost 45 degrees in the interior parts of the states in 24. So whenever we transit from La Nina, from El Nino, so you all are aware that 2023 was an El Nino year. So when we transit from the El Nino year to a La Nina year, we always found this kind of extreme events happen. So what can a common man can do? Simple solutions. We all know that dark colors observe. So meaning if you want to have a reflect, for example, the companies. So they can have a very reflective paintings can be, even a simple white paint, so can have a reflective, it can reflect the heat much better than a dark color paints. So even chinna vishayangal we can, the common man can do. For big companies, they can have rooftop gardens, as well as they can have ceramics. There are reflective ceramics which can reflect the sunlight, and then we don't see the complete urban heat island effect here. So often we have seen that this urban heat island effect in a particular urban areas like Chennai. So whenever a storm comes here, you would have noticed within 5 minutes you would have seen sudden intensity of rainfall. We see previously the annual rainfall used to be almost 1,400 mm, but you see the number of rainy days. So previously if it is going to be getting 60 days, now we are getting the same 1,400 millimeters of rainfall, but the number of rainy days is almost 30 to 40. So in a short period of time, we are getting this extreme rainfall. So we need to be having localized solutions like advanced weather prediction needs to be there. Small community needs to be, for example, take plantations. So many of you would have gone this Velacheri and Gindi side. If you go there, you can see cool breeze. But at the same time, if you gone to that northern side like Manali and highly industrialized areas, you can see it a little bit always warmer than the southern Chennai, parts of Chennai. So wherever possible, we can see that we can plant trees. We have already taken up a study for Chennai also, where we have identified places where we can bring up this greenery. So it drastically reduces the urban heat island effect. So whenever a storm comes, it will not have that much energy, because whenever the warm air can hold almost 20 to 50% more moisture content. So if it is completely warm, all these thunderstorms or whenever this rain comes, we often see these urban areas getting more rainfall than the rural areas. So micro solutions or small activities are needed. Maybe we are going in the right direction in case of weather prediction. Early warning system is now being set up for the Chennai basin. So before the rain starts, so maybe 3 days in advance itself, we are now able to know, okay, this is the expected rainfall. The water managers are a little bit confident now, okay, we can little bit, because ours are not on flood management lakes. So our Chembrambakam or Pulal are all drinking water supply lakes. And the two, most of these times, the extreme events, the final rains, when the soil is completely saturated in December. So that will be mostly the final rains. In case we pre-open a lot, automatically we lose water for the drinking water supply. So it is a catch-22 situation. We need to be very careful. So this kind of early warning system and as well as ensemble weather prediction will help these water managers. So we are now giving up this knowledge to this water manager. Okay, these are the predictions, these are the ranges which can be expected. So this is the time when the rains can stop, so that you can close your shutters and then retain. So this kind of knowledge transfer is happening in the weather ensemble predictions as well as weather prediction front. And then as well as for heat waves is concerned, it's simple. Those common people can plant trees. Those who can afford to have rooftop gardens, they can have rooftops. So as much we don't absorb it, because the morning when we know that we are in a tropical areas. So by noon, the absorption, the heat which are absorbed, it will be radiated back. So you can see by around 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. we can see this heat island effect, which is maximum. That's when the storms form in and come in from the interior part of the state. So the small solutions can play a vital role, particularly the hills. So I want to say that one particular thing is the hills, the areas near like Nagari or Vellore, these are very, very crucial. One hill can uplift a small cumulus clouds in the month of June. So when it grows up, it becomes a good storm. So most of the thunderstorms you see in the months of June to September, in the case of Tamil Nadu, for Chennai and all, it is all formed by a small hill. So a small uplift of air happens from a small hill, a small cloud which forms there, and it grows into a very big, massive storms. And then by late night, you can see this thunderstorms which are moving to Chennai. So we need to preserve these small hills which are happening. So there should be a balanced approach for development as well as for climate change. I end it here. Thank you.
Thank you, PJ. That's brilliant. So following up, actually, I'll ask Rajesh Lakan is there. Actually, he is the State Relief Commissioner, so he can say a lot about what the government is doing as well as what are the challenges that are facing, considering that we have a lot of IT sector folks. You can go ahead, sir.
I think Chennai floods, every time I get a lot of jokes. This time 3 important jokes I got is, what is Chennai? Chennai define Chennai. Someone said Chennai is Venice 2.0 because Venice you can't move a car, you can only move a boat. So Chennai is Venice 2.0 because that is another Venice. Someone says, so Chennai is what? Chennai is what? Where potholes become ponds and streets become streams. So that is what. So a lot of jokes come. So one joke I really got irritated. So I said, wait, I think Chennai is becoming so hot that you can fry your dosas on the pavement very soon. So that is not a joke actually. That these are the complications and problem we are going to face in future, because if you read the World Meteorological Institution's report, it says extreme events are likely to be extremely frequent and very intense. Now Chennai has a location issue because the level difference between the sea and our surface is only 1 meter. So to that extent only you can save water. Now then what do we do? I think we have two big data problems, because I think I am coming for an IT event, so I'll just talk about IT things. We have two big data problems. What we have done is, now we have modernized everything. I think there's automatic weather stations, 1,500 locations, automatic rain gauges, 1,500 locations. And I think what Pradeep John Weatherman did is a real-time flood forecast system where all the dam levels are coming automatically, is going to come. And even to that extent that street level, what is going to be water stagnation, we are going to predict. We are already doing it, but it is going to be more accurate. So in the sense, you will be able to see on our web TN alert, and you will be able to know. So all that, but so much of data we are generating. Every 15 minutes I get a rainfall data from 1,400 stations and from weather station. How do you use the data to make life simpler and easier for you? On the data budget, how come you can tell us? I think we have been working on, we'll be able to tell you what is the water stagnation, how you can move from one location to another without doing anything, how can you safeguard yourself. But I think this data is what my main problem. Using this data, how do we use life easier, and how do we make our city more climate resilient is a big challenge. We can share data, we have done a lot of competition, we have to develop more application on this data. And because the data is huge, in the sense every 15 minutes data coming for 3 months, and dam levels every day, every 15 minutes coming. So that's a big challenge for this. I wanted to throw on that. How do we use this data and develop a lot of application which will make life easier and simpler for Chennaiite. Now second thing which is very, of course government is doing, we have done a TN Smart, TN Alert, where you can find out what is happening in your city. Then another thing which we are doing is that, sorry for Weatherman, why do we need Pradeep John kind of people is, because meteorological science is slightly unpredictable, in the sense because till last moment I don't get to know whether it's going to rain here or not. When I was municipal commissioner, I used to crack jokes. If there's a prediction for rains today, it means the rains will not be happening, rains will stop. But no, it's not because of something, because even small boundary error causes the prediction to be entirely different. Even though the models are run on supercomputers or a very huge end computer you can't think of. Despite that, we are not able to predict. So we have created it into another big data problem. I think government of Tamil Nadu is working with the Space Application Center. So all what had happened is what was the model's movement, and what was the historical rains, and how it happened, and how this model is going to predict this thing, and automatic. In the sense, soon, another 2-3 years, we are going to get automatic weather bulletins, in the sense that you will know, okay, that's a low pressure area is formed, what area, what rains will come. So only then Pradeep John's role will be there to confirm whether this model is correct or not, how much he agrees with it and how much he doesn't agree. Now, this is what IT issues are there. In the sense, we are using the big data, the whole historic data. We are using that to forecast what is the weather event, and not only that, telling you weather event is not, in each street what is going to be the problem, how much water is going to come, so that you can prepare and plan for it. That is what the government of Tamil Nadu is doing, but it is easier said than done. You have to invest crores of rupees, because it's automatic weather station, I think 5 to 7 lakhs each, 1,500 we put, we can, not the rain gauge station we have to put, and continuously you have for IT. Then all the dams you have to monitor, you have to create data, and that data collection itself is huge, because you have to use satellite data levels which are cadastral level almost, I don't know whether, I don't have to explain to that. So that data collection is expensive. Then automatic, then Space Application Center use satellite to find out the old data and correlate with what is the movement of from various cyclone models, movement, that is cloud movement and all, and generate forecast. So state government is doing all that. Of course, physical infrastructure is being built. And what we are now achieving is instead of water stagnating for 2 days or 3 days, now for 2 hours or 3 hours. So a lot of progress is being made. But because if you're all young boys and young people, if you are supposed to be IT, I have huge data. I want all of you to think and give me solutions or give me ideas how this big data can be used for climate, in the sense, street resilience and improving this response and recovery. That is what the challenge is. Data is there, information is there. How do we use the information? With this, I'll just leave the floor open to.
Before that, Pradeep.
To add to sir, initially, whenever there is a forecast alert, immediate or breaking news, red alert, like holiday, so all you see this. So what is going to be the impact? So 20 centimeters of rainfall. A common man should know whether it is going to be for you, it will be, whether my street will be flooded, my office area, the route which I am going to choose for my travel from my office or return to my office, whether that is going to be flooded. So to add to sir's point, we have initially now started that impact-based forecast where we are 3 days in, now instrumentation is going on. So once instrumentation is completely installed, we will be able to know at one point, okay, this is the water level of Korattur Lake, this is the water level. So this is the water of which is coming, spilling over this from Neemam Lake or Sriperumbudur lakes. So we will be able to know from which point of area the water is flowing, what exact is the quantum of water which is flowing in Adyar River or a small drain like Mambalam Canal. So once we all have this data, so now we have a model where we can say that, okay, this is a present situation of water which is being flown, and then the next 24 hours, this is the expected rainfall. Okay, next 24 hours there is going to be rainfall of 150 mm of rainfall. So considering this, we want to we have initiated this project, we have modeled it, so we have piloted it. So once information is completed, we can tell the public, okay, this street is going to be flooded for a depth of 1.5 meters for a duration of, okay, 6 hours, 12 hours. So that public themselves can know, okay, this street I can avoid. My area is going to be flooded. Maybe I should secure my things, my documents, my education things, certificates needs to be kept. So I need to, when we give an alert that, okay, till the first floor, the water stagnation in the case of like Michang cyclone or if a 2015 flood is going to be repeated. So people themselves can take decisions rather than to wait. So the sir said lot of data. So we were lacking before 2020 the number of automatic rain guard stations. We were the least among the 4 states. Now almost 1,400 automatic rain guard stations across Tamil Nadu has been installed. In Chennai alone, Chennai basin like Kovalam or Kuvam or Adyar basins alone, we have almost, the density is almost close to 200 now. So almost more than what Bangalore has or more than what Hyderabad has. So we are a very dense network of all these weather stations. So we will be able to give to the public, okay, this before the start of the rains itself. Maybe it will all take time, maybe over a period of time. Our city managers and administrator, if you go and ask an IAS officer in Bangalore or in Hyderabad, what is ECMF or what is GFS or what is ensemble, they may not be aware of any of it. But now I can see most of the administrators, they were asking, ECMF enna sollude, GFF enna model sollude, what is the ensemble saving, what is the maximum rainfall which we can expect. So even the other administrators also are making weather-wise, weather savvy, even the common man public, nowhere else the advantage and the knowledge, the people of us, our state is also getting to know, now they are able to decipher the radars by themselves. So before going outside, most of them will see, okay, this is Nalla Nerama, Katta Nerama, but now it's Rahu Nerama, but now they are able to see before going, okay, you can see the radar, okay, next 30 minutes the rain is expected, I need to carry my umbrella or I have to take my raincoat. So Andamari we are giving very weather-wise smart. It will take time, initial start which has been happened. As sir said, lots of data has been arrived, the river flow data, the water level data. So everything is going to be automated. So even the gate sensors, so the gates, opening of the gates also, for example, Chambrambakam, it is not going to be manual. So SCADA is being installed. So we know from 1.1 button we can open the gates from here itself. So the number of gates are 22, we can open few gates. Depending upon the inflow also we can know now, anticipate. So rather than waiting, okay, this is going to be, when the rains are going to stop, that is also a key thing. As I said, our lakes are not flood monitoring dams like in North India. We are a water supply lakes, so we need to be very, very cautious. நீங்க திறந்து விட்டாலும் people will say, தண்ணியெல்லாம் சாரே கேட்பாரு என்னை கூப்பிட்டு, என்ன நீ மழை வரும்னு சொன்னா திறந்து விட்டாங்க அப்படின்ட்டு. So, நமக்கு தண்ணி பிரச்சனை, the water problem is also there. So if you open up too much, also that is going to be a problem. If you are going to not open up and then wait for the rains to happen and then extreme rains happen, we need to open up a lot. So the pre-emptying concept is also pre-empty little bit. So instead of, we are trying to cut off the peak outflows which are going to happen. So that is our motive. We don't want the maximum inflow to match the maximum outflow. So we want to make sure that we release little bit in advance. Whenever there is almost sure, as I said, almost 18 hours, 24 hours, we were able to pick up almost certainly almost 90% whatever expected rainfall is happening. So this kind of advancement, we have done it with all the technology available here. So hopefully from Chennai, we will also be, want to repeat this in another flood vulnerable area like Tamarabarni Basin, where sudden inflow of water, particularly when there is heavy rains in Manimuttar catchment like in Manjola areas. Similarly, like we want to look for the Penner, the Tenpenne Basin also, which often face the Paravanar Basin in Kadalur. So these are some vulnerable basins. So we want to repeat this early warning systems particularly, so that even the public can be well aware of what is the impact which is going to happen, rather than the mere number, red alert, 20 centimeter rainfall, 10 centimeter rainfall, which common man cannot decode what is the impact which is going to happen in his road or in his street, in his house or in his wherever, in his farmland or wherever it is. So we are moving in a right direction, particularly in this in the weather side, based both in the public as well as in the administrative side. Thank you.
I'll take 2 minutes for myself actually. One is actually, I've been working in this sector for data-driven decision making, particularly using geographical data for a really long time. In most of the times when we talk about geographical data, whenever some, particularly government officials, whenever they ask me like, shall we create all this GIS data and everything, I usually say that 90% of the time it fails. Do you really want to do it? The problem is that we are good at creating data, like what sir was saying. We are good at creating data, but we are not great at utilizing the data. There is a huge challenge with respect to that. Now, the problem I see is actually there are, every problem is actually has 4 dimensions. That is science, the second part is technology, the third is governance, and fourth is finance. Now, in this audience, I'll talk about more on science and technology. Governance, I think Sundarajan sir actually talked about a little bit, like who should work on these climate related solutions and everything. And there is also a financing problem and everything around that, right? But anyways, I'll focus on science and technology. Within science, why I bring the science part is that we have actually a very poor understanding of the entire science around this. We do not have that much of information, as well as we do not have that much of insights generated out of it, right? The number of experts that we have in this regard is actually pretty less, is my opinion on this, right? For example, we do not have a good base map for flood risk zones in the country. This is not a Tamil Nadu problem, this is across the country. We do not have flood risk maps. Short-term forecasting is all great, right? In the sense tomorrow it's going to rain, day after tomorrow it's going to rain, it's all fine. But we should know which are the places that regularly flood. And so that we can regulate our construction, we can figure out what are the solutions for it, right? So that maps are itself are not there in the public domain. A lot of times I've been asked questions like, can I buy an apartment in this area? What do you think about it, right? So that is the kind of problem that we have. So the penetration of that, the reason is we don't have a good base map of what to say, which is this is flood risk zone or landslide risk zone. And their eventual take up by, let's say, for example, DTCB, Town and Country Planning Department, to say that, please do not build over here, or please build in this fashion in this particular area so that you don't get affected, etc. That translation is not happening because we have a huge shortfall of scientists in this aspect. We have a shortfall of colleges and academic institutions working on this sector. The government cannot do everything. There's a manpower related issue everywhere. Usually, I feel that in United States, actually, a lot of these academic institutions support the government in hosting data, running these models, and everything around that. They are being supported. For us, actually, there's a huge gap between this government and academic institutions on who would run this. Like the models that Pradeep John was actually talking about. For example, weather models require massive computing. It requires of course, there's a lot of coding and data preparation and everything around that. There's a lot of work, but who will take it up? And those kind of challenges are existing. And it is in this regard that the IT sector should focus a little bit, I feel, is that, preparing good devices that can provide you the solutions, I mean in the sense like information, and cheaper ones. We always have difficulty in procuring data. That is one aspect of it. Second is utilizing that aspect, that is creating the science out of it. What does it mean? How should we go about it? And all those things, right? Like, so in these two sectors, actually, it is very, very critical for us to invest. Unfortunately, I mean, I saw the exhibits in the floor. Actually, there's this exhibition hall. I couldn't find that many private players with respect to providing solutions related to flooding or weather modeling or, it's very less. Considering that the challenges are we have lots of science and technology challenges around this. So we have to figure out vendors for radar, we have to figure out vendors for automatic weather stations, and also maintenance, right? Like, so all these things, challenges are there, but we couldn't find out a lot of these things. So anyways, these are the challenges and, solutions that are possible from the IT sector for this. I think we don't have much time. I think if I can take
one line.
Yeah.
What is future for Chennai, including IT, of course, flood and all. So I'm saying converting Chennai into a tech fort where the floods get blocked by the firewall. It's because you're all IT, I suppose.
Right, great.
Probably only one message I just want to give. We have all seen that challenges. What every individual can do, one small thing, keeping your, like what he said, forestation and all those things, you plant trees and all. One thing you can do, keep the temperature of your AC at your place at right temperature. I'm telling you why. Every 1 degree below 22 degrees is going to increase 4% of consumption of power, which in turn is going to impact this climate actually. If at all you are not using renewable power, that one small thing which you can implement, you can reduce your commercial part of it, consumption also, reduce that impact to the environment. Small learning for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can conclude over here. But if I can take 1 or 2 questions from audience, the first one's to raise hands. Yeah, 3 questions we have, right? So we'll begin with you. Yeah, please can you, if someone has a mic, or else if you can stand up and ask the question by yourself.
Yeah. Once again.
Do make sure that the question is short.
Yeah. So my first question is to Pradeep John, and of course to all the panel. And congratulations for a fantastic, thought process. It's really a thought leadership session. So the question, Pradeep, is, we are talking about supercomputers predicting and all that. But I also heard a meme, in fact saw a beautiful meme which says the school holidays have been cancelled because the weather, or the cyclone has been postponed or something like that, or the other way. The point is, how do we predict so accurately when the government department are actually failing, and people like you in the social media have a concern, right? Should I go to go outside and purchase a milk packet? Should I go outside and venture out? The government will not give me that kind of information live, but a person like you, in fact, you had given us, in fact, I have asked you a question. So how do you predict so accurately? And do you think the government can also implement such kind of a point-to-point contact?
As you rightly said, the impact-based forecasting.
Pradeep John, we'll get all the questions and then we can answer. Is that fine? Yeah, thank you. Can you just pass the mic to the next person, please? The one sitting in the 4th row.
Yeah, this is Madan from Citi. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to the honorable chief speakers. Pradeep, the question to you is actually, whenever it comes to November and December, it's a fear-mongering, month actually. The fear is the one which is actually prevailing most, rather than enjoying the rainfall and, understanding the usefulness of the rainfall. I've been in IT for more than 10 to 15 years. My basic work is when the month starts and seeing your post, right? I have to schedule all my work in such a way that which cannot be postponed, which has to be deployed in production. I need to take my workforce to other stations outside of Chennai or transport them and then see how my work can be accommodated in such a way, which I've been doing for more than 10 to 15 years just because the prediction actually the way you are giving it. So my question is like, is the AI being used already, AI, artificial intelligence already being used in the prediction, or can it help in taking care of the accuracy of the prediction?
Right. Can you pass the mic to, yeah.
Pradeep's a huge fan, by the way. And sir, like, your work in like WRI வந்துட்டு like geospatial data for climate action எடுக்கிறதுனால இப்போ let's say a startup is developing solutions on very data driven decisions. Let's say for example precision agriculture. How can they, utilize the spatial geospatial data in a streamlined process as such, like proper precision agriculture for example needs a very data driven approach for the changing climates in Tamil Nadu. How do you think startups can go about it?
Okay, great. PJ, you start answering it.
To answer you.
Pradeep John Weatherman is, of course, we, not only you, we also depend upon him after, on his forecast. So, no, but problem is, as I said, there are two issues. One is that availability of satellite maps. He also uses the same satellite maps which are available. It's only interpretation. So what the state government is doing is that, of course, he is part of us now. He's, of course, independently, his blog is there. Basically, how that human error, because why Pradeep is more focused and more, because he is not afraid of failure, so he goes bold and he thinks what he is doing. Other bigger organizations are afraid of failure, so they'll give a more generalized kind of forecast, which is not much of use. So that's what with Pradeep and all other, there's a weather task force, we are working on space application using the old data so that we can give more accurate forecast. So what I'm saying is, future Pradeep only will say that this forecast is correct or not exactly, we'll have to do. Now this is one thing I wanted to say because that's very important. Because automated forecast, which is reliable so that you can reschedule work. The second thing I'd like to tell you is that weather systems, you can't forecast it beyond 3 months, or like precision agriculture is talking 2 months or 15. You can at best forecast for 10 or 15 days. So that is a limitation of our model. Now over to Pradeep.
To that sir's point, basically we are in a very, very difficult area. So the same, everyone will be having, New York, ரெண்டு மணிக்கு மழைன்னா கரெக்டாக 2 மணிக்கு மழை வருது, டோக்கியோவில் கரெக்டாக இருக்கு அப்படின்ற மாதிரி நீங்கள் சொல்வீங்க. But it is you have to understand it is the same weather models, the supercomputers which is predicting for us. We are all connected. So the global weather model is not independent. நம்ம இந்தியாவுக்கு மட்டும் or சென்னைக்கு மட்டும் கிடையாது. It's all the same. So whatever the weather models which is predicting whether for London or New York or Tokyo, it is the same weather model which is predicting rains for Chennai or Tamil Nadu. But it is a little bit, our area is little bit very, very complex. We have a very close, like Bay of Bengal, it's a very close small basin. Most of the deadliest cyclones have happened in this small basin. A small deviation in the நமக்கு தான் வந்து சென்னை நெல்லூர் அப்படின்றது ஒரு distance. But for China, for a low pressure system or a cyclonic storm, it is not a very big distance. So a small tilt will completely miss the rains. A small tilt will completely change the extreme rainfall which is going to happen. And by tracking over a period of how these water models predict, or from past experience, particularly not going directly into the quantum. So your app may say, your AccuWeather map or your Google Weather also will, everything, the input is taken from all this numerical weather prediction. But as sir said, the final interpretation skills. So it is all the same map, which the Met Department or we see. A little bit, we can see a little bit boldly that there is a chance of this rainfall. Sometimes the rainfall will be completely shown in the sea side. But we know the spatial shift, sometimes the rainfall happen in the land side also. So small experience which we have taken a point. If there is a model in some system, it is shown. Example for the December 11th and 12th. The computers hardly picked 5 centimeters or 4 centimeters, but the actual rainfall happened up to close to 150 meters. So we cannot, the weather prediction here is all in numbers, but it should not be like that. It's all, weather prediction is probability based. Wherever you go in the world, any point they will say that today there is a 50% chance of rains. There is 75% chance of heavy rains. There is 100% chance of rains. So everywhere the weather prediction is probability based, but we are all so crazed about this, all these red alerts, the holidays, morning. So we want to, without understanding the first rains, example you say this October 15, 16, it was the first rains, the water bodies were not full, but the heavy rains automatically people started and panicking and then parking the vehicles in the bridges. So it was not at all required. So the soil was not completely saturated, the dams were having only 50-20%. So common man did not take into consideration all these things. That is why we are proceeding towards this impact-based predictions. We want to tell the public, okay, this is the area, this is a likely area that water is going to come. So maybe over a period of time, maybe we are right now in 24, maybe in next 5-6 years, we will be, the calibration of the model will be more. So we will be the first agency, the first disaster management will be the first agency, the entire country to give a public, okay, your street is going to get flooded, your house is going to get flooded. So all these kind of alerts will be available. So it is not, as you rightly said, it is all the final interpretation skills and saying little bit, okay, this is a probability rather than just relying on the whatever the computer shows. And regarding Sir's question, to be honest, I just forgot what their end question was. You can just complete it.
Fear. Panic.
Public should not get panicked. So you all are, you 2015 floods la irundhirkeenga, 2023 floods la irundhirkeenga. Ivlo mala penja, people are very aware. Neenga poningala in the local area, sir, in the area la thanni ivlo tham nikkum. So everyone knows that this is the area. But at least the future, when you go, the next generation, when you build an house and you don't see the locality, you see what is the drainage pattern there. Whenever it rains there, just don't believe the ads and river view apartment. Ipola river view, sir, sorry to say. நிறைய இடத்துல பாத்தீங்கன்னா river view, lake view னே போடுவாங்க. But in reality, அவங்க flats lake ல இருக்கும். So it is all happening which have come as a meme also. So give importance to all these things because you will construct a house is a one-time life thing which you will do it. And if it is going to be badly affected, repeated every year. So give importance to all these things, take into consideration. So even in office, most of our IT parks, we can see that everything is in the OMR road. OMR road வந்து river road னே நம்ம சொல்லிரலாம். Because completely it gets flooded a lot and its soil saturation is very, it doesn't have a very strong aquifer. So automatically the runoff is more in those areas. So you identify areas which can be developed. More and more we know that Pallikarnai, இங்க வந்து இந்த இடத்துல மழை பெஞ்சா we know that 3 days, 4 days அங்க தண்ணி நிக்கும். இது சொன்னதுக்கு, so I don't want to say that, but people should know next time நம்ம வீடு வாங்கும்போது அங்கேயே போய் நம்ம திருப்பி வாங்கக்கூடாது. Maybe you find a suitable place. The development should also not be concentrated in the same areas. Maybe they are preparing a master plan also. The government is also preparing master plan. They are taking into consideration all these things. The more vulnerable areas, they don't want to make it more densified. So that administrative, there are a lot of complex issues involved there also. So fear, let us enjoy rains. நம்மலாம் வந்து ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து முட்டியில நலவுல வந்து நமக்கு இல்ல இப்ப சாரோட கலெக்டர் இருக்கவங்கலாம் ரொம்ப they are very lucky people நம்ம சொல்லலாம் children. நமக்கு இருந்த 90s ல இருந்த கலெக்டர்ஸ்லாம் இவ்வளவு எல்லாம் கிடையாது. எவ்வளவு மழை பெஞ்சாலும் they will not leave. We have to go to the school. But now even 5 centimeter, I don't know, sometimes அப்படின்னு ஒரு தஞ்சாவூர்லாம் 30 millimeters, but still they get holidays. So we need to be, that also need to be, because the morning expectations, people are 5:30, 6 o'clock, they are waking up early, particularly this monsoon season, particularly for holidays also. So we need to have a very balanced approach. And then finally the media. Media-க்கு நம்ம ஏதாவது பண்ணணுங்க. Headlines are very scary headlines. அந்த headlines பார்த்தாலே எங்களுக்கே பயம் வருது. அசுரம் வரான், அடிக்க போறான், திம்சம் பண்ண போறான். So all this, we are seeing all these things. But over a period of time, people will know what is the truth, where should we see the information. We are having a dedicated site, as Sir said, TN Smart application is there, where all this weather forecast is given. Then, so you can all download this TN Alert app. So in the TN Alert app, all the notification, everything will be given. The water level will be there. The street level flood forecast will be there. So we are now going toward technology. So as sir said one point, the location-based services. If you are opening that app in an area like if you are in from Ananagar, it will show the area where it is likely to be flooded. So the rainfall alert will also will be there. So that is also coming through the TN Alert. So more and more the people will over a period of time, because as I said, we are the only state, namakku mala peyilanalo namakku drought ku poirum, because Chennai பொறுத்தவரைக்கும் we depend on surface water, though there are desal plants. If it rains heavily, automatically it is going to translate into flood. So 2015 was a flood, 2016 was completely a drought, 2017 almost we came to a day zero, if there was 2019. So if there is no desal plant, almost we are in a Cape Town situation. We have been going back to the 2003 situation. So people should not panic when the first rains, heavy rains, not all heavy rains. The notable point is not all the heavy rains will translate into floods. Floods have a lot of dynamics. The boundary condition at that time, what is the storage of the lakes, what is the sea surge which is happening, storm surge which is, or whatever high tide which is happening, what is the water which is presently flowing, what is the water which is being released. So in the various scenarios, we have all modeled it. So common man பொறுத்தவரைக்கும் first rains க்கு நீங்க fear பண்ணாதீங்க. You enjoy the rains. Rainsனாலே should not create the rains இல்லனா life fail. So don't get scared about the rains. Enjoy them. If you are in a vulnerable area, you know when there is an heavy rains, automatically you need to move out. Thank you.
So yeah, we are actually, since time is up, I'm sorry, actually you can ask the questions once the session is over, you can ask the other questions. Very quickly to answer yours, the science and technology around that is not a problem. We have drone images, satellite images and everything, but it's a costly method considering that a lot of farming is done by small farmers. So who is the market for your solution would be the bigger problem or challenge. We can discuss in detail around this. With this actually, we conclude this brilliant session and I'll hand it over to the organizer.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to request Ms. Chitra Vijayan, IAS, Joint Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu, E-Governance Agency, to please come on the stage and give away all our speakers and moderators here a token of love. First, I would like to call upon Mr. Rajesh Lokhani. Can we all give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Stephen Metzler. Can we all give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Pradeep John. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I would like to call upon Dr. C. Valen. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. G. Sundar Rajan. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Last but not the least, I would like to welcome Mr. Raj Bhagat. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much, sir, for this awakening and insightful session. We really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Moving on, we are going to have a lunch break now. Please make sure you make use of the time for networking, and we will resume the session at 2 p.m. On the topic Tamil Nadu startup, with the role of private equity in taking Tamil Nadu startups national and global. Thank you. He has a strong background in finance and entrepreneurship. He is dedicated to identifying and nurturing disruptive startups, particularly in areas such as technology, healthcare, and consumer markets. Under his leadership, TVS Capital Funds has supported numerous innovative companies. TVS Capital Funds has resource but also strategic guidance. His deep expertise in business development and his commitment to fostering growth have helped position TVS Capital Funds as a key player in the Indian investment ecosystem. May I request Mr. Naveen Unni to please come on stage and give a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is that too much? It's okay. tries again. Okay, thank you, Nandita. You know, Tamil Nadu has always been a state known for its culture, tradition, and industrious spirit. That's why it's part of the reason we are all here. Many of us are from here. And in recent years, this foundation has translated into something more. It's an ecosystem that's quietly but surely making waves around the globe. As we look at the state, it's uniquely positioned as a powerhouse for innovation. And many of the panelists that we're going to hear from today will talk a little bit more about that. But the one thing that's really interesting as we look at the ecosystem of the state is the risk capital system. And not just, I mean, it's not a Tamil Nadu issue, it's a national issue. But in a recent interview, Jeff Bezos said something very interesting. He said the core reason that the US leads in innovation and entrepreneurship is the excellent risk capital system they've built, which is how does capital find its way to put something at stake into things that look a bit risky, but in the end will pay off. And that's partly why we have people like Vishesh, Manu, and Satya here, representing the venture capital ecosystem. If you look at how Tamil Nadu has performed, we say a lot about the startups from here, but in general, it punches below its weight. And what do I mean by that? If you look at Tamil Nadu, it's the second largest state in terms of GSDP, right? In terms of gross state domestic product. It does about 8.8% of India's GDP is from TN. But can you take a guess at what percentage of overall startup investments happen in TN? Any numbers? 20, 10? Somebody said 5. 5. 5 is bang on. It is 5%, both in terms of number and in terms of size. Last year was just this past year, 2024 was a bit of an aberration. 10% of PEVC investments happened, in terms of money, actually happened in Tamil Nadu. But otherwise, 5% is the general average, and it's very consistently 5%. In spite of that, we see great companies coming from here, but we think we can do a lot more. And so today's conversation, first you'll see there's a large number of chairs here. It's partly because we wanted to have a very different type of conversation today. We wanted to bring both the startups, so the founders who are here, as well as the people who fund these startups, the investors, and to have a conversation about how to raise the overall ecosystem of risk capital in Tamil Nadu. Obviously, we can take it as a national question as well, but I think this conversation we're going to, for purposes of this event, kind of focus on TN. So we're going to start with 3 presentations, very brief, where the founders will tell you a little bit about their journey. So we have 3 very impressive founders. Nandita will introduce them briefly, and they'll come and talk to you about their journeys. Then I'm going to invite the 3 investors, the 3 founders, and we have a surprise 7th guest who, when he's here, I will introduce as well. And then we're going to have a moderated panel discussion. The first session will be about 10-15 minutes, but the panel discussion will be about 75 minutes in length. What I'd really like you to think about as you hear the conversation is what are the questions that you want to pose on this idea of improving the risk capital system in TN. With that, let me invite Nandita back on stage to introduce our first speaker.
Thank you so much. The first speaker for today is Mr. Dinesh Arjun, the co-founder and CEO of Rapte Motors. He leads the business in Chennai-based EV startup in revolutionizing two-wheeler mobility with engineering expertise and a passion for sustainability. He drives innovation in high-performance EVs. Under his leadership, Rapte prioritizes cutting-edge technology and eco-friendly solutions, redefining urban transportation and reducing carbon footprints in India. Can you all put our hands together and welcome Mr. Dinesh Arjun on the stage.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that introduction. Thanks, Naveen. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I'll just make it, again, I've been given 5 minutes. Maybe a quick brief of how we started, where we are, and what we aspire to do. So a lot of people here might have heard of Rapti. We have our motorcycle outside for those who haven't. Fundamentally, we are an electric motorcycle company. But a lot of people might not know that when we started, we didn't start out as an electric motorcycle company. Right? When we started conceptually in 2018, there were two large OEMs already in the market. There were two large OEMs making electric two-wheelers in the market. Right? And each of them were about 10 and 11 years old each, which essentially meant electric two-wheelers in 2018 were already being mass manufactured for over a decade. Our fundamental question to ourselves was simple. Why weren't people buying into electric two-wheelers even after it being in the mass market for 10 years? Right? The penetration at that point was roughly about 0.3%. Right? One of the more interesting things to note was that in 2018, electric scooters were actually a lot more affordable than petrol-powered scooters. Right? An Activa would cost you about 85,000 rupees, an electric scooter will cost you about 60,000 rupees. So it's cheaper to buy, cheaper to run, because obviously it runs on electric, it doesn't consume petrol, so it's much cheaper to run. Why weren't people buying into electric? That was the fundamental question that essentially made us start Rapti. I have my co-founder here, Kirti, as well. We were looking at two things. One, there should be a business problem to solve, and there's also probably a technical problem to solve. Because when you look at, again, going back to 2018, every single electric two-wheeler being sold, and even today, was a scooter and not a motorcycle. Right? But when you look at the larger ICE market, the broader market was actually motorcycles. 70% of all two-wheelers sold even today are actually motorcycles. So why weren't people buying, or why weren't electric motorcycles available, and why weren't people buying into electric? This was a fundamental question. Right? What we realized was total cost of ownership and environmental friendliness were attributes for making a purchase, but they weren't the most important attributes. Right? When you make a purchase, whether you're buying a TVS 50, a Splendor, a Pulsar, a Royal Enfield, an Activa, whatever it is, even if it is a car in 800, a Skoda or a Mercedes, every automobile purchase had an emotional quotient attached to it. It essentially meant that automobile was probably the second or the third most expensive purchase in the household, which meant this was a socio-economic status symbol for the household, which means there were people buying cars and not even using it at all. There were people buying, I know friends who've bought a car 10 years, 1,000 kilometers on it, just because people wanted to buy a car because to say that we have a car in the house. Which meant the only reason somebody is going to buy into an electric vehicle is if he or she believes that the vehicle that they're buying into is a true upgrade to an existing vehicle that they're already riding. Let's say, for example, Naveen here drives a Fortuner, right? Sorry, Naveen, to take you as an example. And I go to Naveen and say, Naveen, you're driving a car that gives you 10 kilometers to the liter. I'm going to him and I'm going to say, I'll give you a car that's 3 times as fuel efficient, which means your total cost of ownership drops crazy. It's a lot more environmental friendly. From tomorrow, please drive an Alto. He's not going to do that. The reason that he's bought a Fortuner versus somebody who buys an Alto is significantly different. The only reason Naveen as a person would buy into electric is if he truly believes that the vehicle that he's buying into is a true upgrade to a petrol-powered vehicle. And that's essentially what we started out as. Right? We found the answer in electric cars because this was the same thing that was happening in electric cars. 15 years ago, if you remember the Revas were, again, pioneers in their own right. They did amazing work for the industry. But all the vehicles during the Reva time, even the first generation electric cars from the West, they all were slow, they were boring, they needed a battery replacement every couple of years. Fast forward today, you have your Nexons, your Teslas, and your Porsches, which are better than a petrol-powered vehicle in every way, right? This happened because electric cars went through a shift called low voltage architecture to high voltage architecture. I can delve into this later, but again, I'm not going to get into technical. But this architectural shift essentially enabled electric cars to be better than their petrol-powered vehicles. We're simply bringing the same change to two-wheelers. We're building arguably the world's first high voltage drivetrain-based electric two-wheelers. As a result, for the customer, this means vehicle that can run as fast as, if not faster than a petrol-powered motorcycle and more consistently. Second, a vehicle that has a battery life as the lifetime of the vehicle itself. We're looking at a 12-year battery life of the vehicles. But more importantly, the first question that people ask me when I say I'm making electric vehicles is, where do I charge these vehicles? right, is does India have the infrastructure to charge these vehicles, right? If you actually look at the car industry, they've actually gotten it sorted. Every single electric car in India, right, whether you take the most affordable electric Tiago to the most expensive Rolls-Royce Spectre, uses a single standard. It's called CCS. But unfortunately, in two-wheelers, there's no standard at all, right? Every single OEM uses their own standard. As a result of us being on the new architecture that we're talking about, we become the only electric two-wheeler that can piggyback on the electric car standard. So that's us. We're making electric motorcycles as fun and as practical as they can be. Just to give you an idea of where we are, we're a 130-member team. We've raised about 3 rounds of capital, about 5 million in equity and 2 million in debt so far. We launched our motorcycle a couple of months ago, and we're going to start sales of our motorcycles in a couple of weeks. Our motorcycle is here on display. Would love to give you guys a test ride post this session if you guys are free. But yeah, that's me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Next, I'm going to call upon Mr. Prasanna Venkatesan, founder and CEO of Petaway. He is a visionary leader renowned for driving innovation and excellence in the tech industry. Under his leadership, Petaway has achieved groundbreaking advancements, setting new benchmarks in its fields. His dedication to fostering growth and empowering teams and delivering impactful solutions has solidified his reputation as an industry pioneer. Can we put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Prasanna Venkatesan on the stage?
Thanks a lot. Thanks. That was definitely an AI-generated introduction of me, so I have to come clean of my background. So we are still an early-stage company. We started Petaway last year. We are building a solution to automate a role of data analyst within B2B organizations. That's what we do. But more than talking about Petaway, I want to take this opportunity to talk about what the company that I built before Petaway, which is possibly a success story, where we little bit hit above the belt, not under the belt. And it was a good success, out and out a Chennai, Tamil Nadu based company. So that company was Incent. And so that was a B2B software company we built in 2019, raised venture capital, fully based out of Chennai, 20 people. In fact, we were based out of NASCOM office in collaboration with ELCOT, supported by government of Tamil Nadu. So we got a lot of support from the government. And the most important thing is, after raising capital and building the company for almost 3 years, we had a major exit acquisition by a public listed company in the US called ZoomInfo. So it was a team of 20 people coming across the country who came to Chennai, who chose to choose Chennai as their home because they liked what they built. But most importantly, after the acquisition, today in a span of 3 years, the public company which acquired us has expanded the presence from 20 people to 500 people in Chennai. So we have a large office in one of the corporate buildings in Chennai, one full floor, 500 people and growing. I think by numbers, this is one of the most successful acquisition of an Indian startup by a publicly listed US company. So today, across those, the number of jobs that we have created, the kind of economic impact that is creating in Chennai for the ecosystem here. And I can tell that, again, all the people who are employed in that company, they're all not all of them are from Chennai. They're all people from the country who, again, chose Chennai as their home to pursue this opportunity. So that is a success story. So if the right kind of opportunities are aligned, there is enough talent right here in Chennai and Tamil Nadu who want to take advantage of that and actually build great things. We have done that once, and we hope to repeat that in the current company, hopefully 5x, 10x success than what we did in the past. In fact, after we sold the company, the core team that built Incent, now we have 5 more startups out of that team. Out of team of 20 people, 5 new startups have come up, which have already raised $20+ million in capital. But there is one downside though, right? Out of these 5 companies, only our company continues to be in Chennai, and the remaining 4 have gone to other cities. And that's what I want to talk about in the next session. What is lacking and what we should do to ensure that the talent and the opportunity can continue to be in Chennai and we can continue to build out of Chennai. Thanks for the opportunity, and we'll continue to chat. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing that journey with us, sir. Next, I'll be calling up Mr. Vishnu Ramakrishnan, who leads business and product commercialization as part of the founder's office at the E-Plane company. Adept at balancing the diverse aspects of a quickly evolving deep tech startup, he effortlessly judges tasks on both product and people level. With a keen eye for detail and a knack for creative problem solving, he believes in setting up well-rounded framework to optimize long-term goal achievements. I welcome Mr. Vishnu Ramakrishnan on the stage to share your journey.
Thanks so much for that wonderful introduction. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking time out to being here. Right. I work at the founder's office at E-Plane, and prior to this, I used to work for a couple of MNCs back in Bangalore. I actually moved for this opportunity here in Chennai. Right. So I'll talk to you a little bit about what E-Plane's doing for those of you who are not aware of what E-Plane's up to. So we are an eVTOL company. An eVTOL stands for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing. Right. So we're building an aircraft that essentially takes off like a helicopter, and it transitions into a fixed wing in forward flight. Our founder, Prof. Satya Chakravarti, has been at it for quite some time. So we started in 2019. To tell you a little bit about the genesis of the company, right? So even before we went ahead and registered in 2019, Prof was working on a bunch of things fundamentally around drones, as well as looking at how heli-taxi services or that industry can be a lot more organized. One of the biggest insights during that journey of his was that, see, if you think about urban air mobility right now, that's basically going from point A to point B in a given city. A solution for that has always existed in the form of helicopters. You can take a helicopter from point A to point B, right? But we don't see helicopters scale, or we don't see helicopters fly around quite frequently in a city. And why is that, right? That's the question that had to be answered, right? We realized that there are two main reasons why helicopters didn't scale as a solution for this particular problem. The first one was the cost or the unit economics around helicopters, right? Helicopters are fairly expensive assets to own and maintain. Given you don't really hear of a lot of pilots going into flying school to learn how to fly a helicopter, right? So the talent to sort of doing that is also expensive. So net, that made helicopters expensive. The second biggest reason why helicopters became expensive was for the way helicopters were regulated, right? For us to be able to operate a helicopter in a crowded city or a scenario like an urban environment, you needed a twin-engine helicopter. Now, world over, the moment you have a twin-engine helicopter, even the smallest twin-engine helicopter has about 5 seats, right? The world has consistently moved towards an on-demand sort of a mobility solution, right? Most of us love the idea of an Uber because it's available when you want it, right? We've seen the evolution of cabs, right? Earlier, you had call taxis. You had to call them, a couple of hours in advance and sort of book that vehicle, and they'd show up at your doorstep. But with the advent of Uber, things became a lot more, lot more easier in terms of how quickly you'd be able to book it. So the world consistently moved towards a personal mobility and an on-demand solution, and that's what the world genuinely preferred. The next problem was occupancy, right? 70% of most Uber rides world over are a single passenger application, right? Which means there's just one person taking the cab. This sort of validated the fact that, the world wanted something where you have you get to book the vehicle on demand, and occupancy shouldn't be a problem. And that's why helicopters suffered, right? With having 5 seats, it was really hard for any helicopter operator to sort of balance an on-demand service, right? So it was a delicate dance for helicopters to do an on-demand and an occupancy problem. The second problem was access, right? There weren't too many places that accommodated helicopters to be able to land and take off, right? Given the first problem, the second problem just compounded it, which means your average, any of our journeys can be broken into 3 legs. You have a first mile, you have a mid-mile, and a last mile. Helicopters accelerated your mid-mile, but the first and the last mile continued being a problem, right? Given this, helicopters didn't really scale, and that's when our founder realized that if you have to sort of solve this problem using a flying solution, it cannot be helicopters. You've got to think about the solution afresh. And that's where, he envisioned building an eVTOL, right? So, when we started off with, we said we will build this ground up. So from 2019, what we first did for ourselves was put together a team that built our own battery packs, our own airframes, and designed the vehicle from scratch. And wanted to prove to ourselves that we are capable of putting together a vehicle that can take off vertically and transition into a fixed wing flight. We did that in the form of a tabletop version in 2019. Again, had a lot of flights on that. A lot of data got gathered to then build the subscale of the actual man taxi. And we sort of test flew the subscale to the air taxi in May of 23 that can carry a payload of about 50 kgs, and again gather a lot of data from that particular aircraft, validating our hypothesis on a lot of the design elements. By breaking down that problem, what we were able to do is we were able to consistently de-risk the technology going into the actual manned aircraft, right? The manned aircraft is going to be a 3-seater aircraft. It's going to be 1 pilot and a 2-passenger configuration. That's what we intend to sort of launch. And having to do that, we now have a lot of data that we've accumulated on the subsystem side of things that's allowing us or giving us a lot more confidence building the larger aircraft itself. So in our journey, we've raised 3 rounds of capital. We have somebody who put in money right from the beginning. Vishesh is here. And we raised 850K as a seed. And with Vishesh was Naval Ravikant. He also believed in the vision and he put in small capital then. We then went on to raise a $5 million round in 2021. And we very recently closed a $14 million round, right? So we've net raised about $20 million to date. And we've been extremely capital efficient. If you were to compare what we've done here in the eVTOL journey compared to any other eVTOL developer globally, right? We've been able to achieve the same technical milestones at a fraction of the cost. That's fundamentally because we've been able to build frugally here. And that's also because of the approach that we took towards building that solution, right? So there are multiple ways at which you can build the solution. We've just been able to, sort of hold on to that capital very dearly and sort of ensure that we're looking at the right tech milestones that sort of get us to that outcome fairly quickly. So like I said, my journey, I moved from Bangalore and we've been able to consistently attract, a lot of talent. So I'm not sure of how many of you know this, some of the world's largest and greatest aerospace companies have their R&D in India, right? And almost 90% of them sit out of Bangalore, right? And interestingly, the world's, that's, Prof. Satya says that's one of the world's best kept secrets, right? You have 90% of some of GE's engines being designed purely out of one campus sitting out of Bangalore. We've now been able to break that mold a little bit. We've been able to attract top-tier talent, right here into Chennai. About a couple of months ago, we hired HAL's chief test pilot, Wing Commander Uni Pillai, and he has, I think, arguably, he has the world's largest number of experimental flying hours on a helicopter platform. He has about 15,000 hours flying just experimental helicopters. That's helicopters that are not even certified, right? So he's the guy who's leading our flight test program right now, right? So that's the journey. We intend to start flying, mid this year. That's the hope. We are right now putting together the prototype at our facility at IIT Madras. And yeah, that's my time with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again for sharing that journey with us. Moving forward, we are going to have a panel discussion on the topic, the role of private equity in taking Tamil Nadu startups national and global. For that, I'm going to call upon our moderator and speaker, Mr. Naveen Unni, once again on the stage. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome him, please? Next, I'm going to call upon our first speaker, Mr. Dinesh Arjun, co-founder and CEO of Rapte Motors. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage? Next, I'm going to call upon the second speaker, Mr. Prasanna Venkatesan, founder and CEO of Petaway. Can we all give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage? Next, I'm going to call upon Mr. Vishnu Ramakrishnan. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage as well, please? The fourth panelist for today is Mr. Vishesh Rajaram, the managing partner of Special Invest. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Manu Iyer, managing partner, Blue Hill Capital. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him? We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Satya Sampath, managing partner, Boldcap. Can we all give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage too, please? We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Mithun Sacheti, founder of Carrot Lane. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please?
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we've got a very big panel here. And like I said, please bear with us. We're trying something a little different because we wanted to have this conversation about risk capital. I'll probably come to Mithun in a bit, but maybe I'll ask our three. Can't hear me? Is this better? People at the back, can you hear me? Yeah, good. Thank you. So I'll ask our three investors on that side Like Mithun is the dividing line clearly. Kind of founder this side, investor that side. So we'll come to you, Mithun, in a bit. We'll ask our three investors, probably introduce yourselves briefly and your firm, but also tell us, you have three guys you invested in, founders and companies you invested in. Kind of what led you to invest in them? I mean, I hope none of you say, oh my God, it was such a mistake, I want to take my money out. Yeah, I mean. Sure.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vishesh Rajaram. I'm a co-founder at a fund called Special Invest. We invest in science and technology startups building from India for the world. Thank you.
Hi, Manu Iyer. I run a fund called Blue Hill Capital. We are also a science and technology and engineering investor. So that makes two of us. In fact, we did this exact event a year ago, minus I think it was three of us. And so this time when Naveen said, let's do it, and he said, let's change it up a little bit. So when he said that, I said, let's change it up a lot. So I said, I'll drive in on the bike along with Dinesh. And then somewhere it fell through the cracks. But next year, Vishesh, I think Vishnu said either the eVTOL is also ready. So one side the eVTOL, one side the bike, and that's, yeah. So we also run a fund, and we're also doing, we're investors in Rapti, and we're doing deep tech investments.
My name is Satya. I run a fund called BoldCap. We're an early stage software investor. So B2B software building from India for the world. Largely, today the focus is more on AI startups. And yeah, that's a little bit about us.
So why did you guys invest in these guys?
So
give us the gritty story where you were about to walk away and you said no.
It's a masala.
Masala. Okay. Give us masala. It'll be enough.
I mean, I have less masala on Prasanna, but I think he seems to have an illustrious background and 2x founder and so on. But let me give the viewpoint from an investing viewpoint, right? Like sometimes not every 2x founder is probably the best founder to invest in the next round, in the next startup. One of the things that we care a lot about is the hunger to build something large, right? You could build a good company that could scale. It could be a lifestyle business, but if you want a truly large venture outcome, you want to back an entrepreneur who is wanting to build something long term, and that long term is a 10+ year journey at least, with a lot of ups and downs. So one of the key things that we looked at is, of course, the hunger to build long term, even after a meaningfully large successful exit. So I think that's one core characteristic. Masala on this is, Prasanna is a very simple person, so Tair Sadham is enough for, leading his life. And that was one of the things that he said, like, what am I going to do more than curd rice and this? Like, I'm here to build something large, and I'm in no hurry. I, was fortunate to go through a journey once, but this time can we put together a story that we can pin, again, Chennai for the second, third, 10th time in the global map, right? So, of course, we've heard a lot about Freshworks' story, and I think we, all of us respect Girish and what he has done, for Chennai. But I think, I'm sure all of us have the same vision here, is to have a lot more such stories, right? So I think that's at least in short. It's not in short, but I guess still.
I'll give you the masala, Naveen. So see, we are, being at least trying to target investments in deep tech. One of the things, of interest was EVs for us. And I've seen a lot of EV OEM players over the years. And, I'll give you, like, literally set the stage. This was at one of the many startup events that I end up attending. I'd just seen one EV OEM who had pitched to me is also building a motorbike, EV motorbike. And as that guy left, I said, I don't see how this guy is going to manage heat in the motorbike. And as I say that, my friend Dinesh walks in and says, I'll tell you. Literally how it happened, right? And so that was, a chance connection at that point in time, 2 years plus ago. And, we invested in him about a year and a half ago. And, it was, that triggered the whole interaction. We did multiple deep dives on, what their tech was, what the tech moat was. But fundamentally, I think, across the board, what you will hear is, the quality of the founders, right? What they bring to the table, their vision, their direction, what they are trying to achieve, what is troubling them, and, how is that helping them to solve a potential problem. I think some of those the stars aligned with our investment in Rapti. I think Dinesh is there, I think Kirti is also here. So what they were trying to achieve, I think he gave a brief background about the company itself, and the tech moat, or at least the problem that they were trying to solve for was, excessive heat losses that were being developed by being a motorbike, right? Much higher power that a bike will consume, or a bike's motor will need to be fed, and the subsequent heat losses that come from that. And that was something that they were trying to solve with a high voltage drivetrain. Now, the additional thing that came with that was what he said, it allowed for the bike to now be charged on the existing car charging standard, right? And that was an additional benefit that happened through that. But over the years, over the last couple of years, we've seen, how hard these guys are willing to work, the unity between the founders, and how much, and I think Vishnu also mentioned that, the fact that money is stretched a lot more in our context. It's not taken for granted with a lot of these startups. I've seen how much of, they were working out of one of the founders' grandmother's office, literally sitting one on top of another. All the laptops in the office were like, bring your own laptop, like bring your own device, right? I was like, at some point you got to change that, it becomes a big security risk. But no, so the thought process was they were willing to do whatever it needed to get done in order to achieve a particular goal. And for us, it was an alignment on the tech side of it, alignment on the the founder side of it, and the vision side of it, and that is what led us to our investment here.
So I think part of investing in seed stage or very early in investing in science and tech, you want someone who can be very audacious, think big, carry a big vision, right? You want someone who can carry this vision not just for 2-3 years, but for 10, 15 years. It needs to be something very large, something very different, something that's competitively strong in the long run, right? And I think I'd already known Satya, who's the founder of ePlane, because he was advising Agnikul, a company that we'd invested in. And he kept talking about, and of course he came from an aerospace background, he was a head of department of aerospace at IIT. And his whole vision was that he wanted to build electric planes. And the approach was that you traditionally have planes that have long wings, just like birds with long wings that can fly long distances. And they said they want to build a sparrow that can fly like an eagle. And it was not just a mere statement on vision, but there was a lot of tech underlying on, design, on just how this product will cover the distance and solve a pain point in the market. And to us, a combination of his audacious vision, his ability to stitch up the vision with some real milestones along the way that's trackable, measurable. And I think he displayed tenacity, multiple times, including, I think, building the world's largest combustion center in IIT Madras, which I think costed over $40 million to put together. So that really gave us purpose to go out there and put money. At the stage we operate, more often than not, you're looking for purpose of doing things, because risk is anyways a given. The chance of losing is very high, but it needs to be worth the shot. And I think in the case of ePlane, just the impact it can have on humanity, on energy, and on just how people commute is so large. And I think it gives us a true opportunity to build an Airbus-like company out of India. And that doesn't come every day. So I think that's what got us excited.
Thank you. I might go to Mithun. You've been on both sides of this, Mithun. You've raised risk capital yourself maybe 10 years ago now, 7 years ago, right, when you did your big raise. And now you're seeing life on the other side, probably as an investor, operator. You wear many hats. So let me ask you to wear one hat and say, how have you seen, kind of from your journey back then when you were raising risk capital to now? Right? What's kind of changed in the ecosystem? And especially because you've been in Chennai now for 20 years. How does that, what's stayed the same, what's changed?
Is the question particular to Chennai or risk capital?
Risk capital, but also given that the ecosystem you're operating in was here, and therefore you'll have some view with a TN lens.
Yeah. Well, one, of course, the number of investors now in a structured manner willing to take bets has significantly gone up itself. So I think if you have the right idea and if you are willing to put all your effort behind it and put it together, I think finding capital today is a lot easier than it possibly was in 2011-12 when I was at least starting to raise capital at that point. Sometimes I feel that the right idea has too many people chasing it as opposed to the other way around. You know, when back in the day, and I'll give you my own thought process, in 2011, I used to believe that I must take the first flight and reach the investor's office because there were other guys coming from Bangalore and other guys coming from Delhi for this thing because I thought they'll run out of money. You know, and they were going to write $1 million check only, and that's very different today as well also, right? Nobody ever seems to run out of it as well. So I think the availability of capital and the availability of people who are willing to back structures itself has also gone up a lot. I think so. Both those things augur well for entrepreneurship in the country and in this space as well also. Yeah.
Got it. And when you now look at a company as an investor and you think of putting your own capital or risk capital at play, how do you see it? Just reflecting a little bit on what those guys said as well.
Yeah, the beauty of deploying own capital is that you never have a horizon. And so depending on what we are looking to do, if it's an early stage, it's exactly what he spoke about. And I think it's just, whether do you really feel this is large enough and is it worth the risk? Because the risk is the same, whether you're going to back somebody who's going to do something very, very nascent as opposed to something which has already been done and it's just a me too from some other country and bring it down over here or chase something which is, grounds up. It's just that, and I think when you do grounds up, it helps because the time taken is very unpredictable. It could be 7 years, 10 years, and generally larger in Indian context as opposed to other parts of the world. So it sort of helps to take those bets with that landscape, with that thought process as well. But when it comes to later stage, I think it becomes very different. The thought process really becomes, that there is a way the world evaluates companies, and you're basically the bridge between this point to when it's listed, how it evaluates. And you're trying to see in that bridge what is the possibility that's going to be. So that's more financial, but early stage is more purpose.
Yeah, I think it's just my own reflection as a later stage investor. I think that purpose, is still there, but you have more evidence of that purpose. I think starting early, you have less evidence of that purpose, right? You're not able to, like you ask, what's the track record? It isn't always there. I mean, there's a 2X entrepreneur, it's different. But you don't always see it there, so you have to, at some level, you have to trust your gut a little bit more to know if this person can really do it. So I think that's fair. Let me come back to our entrepreneurs here, right, and put these guys on the spot, because Mithun said something very interesting.
Thank you. Much better. Thank you. So, if I ask... Yeah. Thanks, Maru. Deep voice. Deep. No, so this additional vocal adjustment is good. If I ask these guys, right, because Mithun said, look, when he was raising capital, he had to get first in line. Now capital is available. I don't know how these guys feel about it, but I'm going to ask them, right, when you guys, apparently you are now in the driver's seat. You choose whose money you take. How do you make that choice?
And I mean, it so happens that we have found people who have set it up in Tamil Nadu and have found investors here. But the world is large. You can find investors anywhere in the world. How do you think about picking investors? What matters to you? And how did you pick these guys?
No, let's be honest, right? So we're beggars can't be choosers. We're not probably on the picking side, right? We're searching for capital. If we're going to get capital, we're going to take it. But luckily enough, I mean, with that disclaimer out, right? Interestingly, we got a lot of feedback saying that you guys are in the manufacturing space, so you better choose investors who have time to wait, who have time to kind of stick around and who are patient, right? Essentially patient capital. And interestingly, if you look at our cap table, that's kind of how it's come out. We have 2 deep tech VCs and everybody else on the cap table has a manufacturing background, right? Which means they understand that, in manufacturing takes time, especially something like our motorcycle where we're literally developing every single component that goes into the motorcycle grounds up. It's going to take some time and people have to, bear with us for some time. Luckily, it worked out for us that way and we were able to get patient capital like Manu and Artha 99 and our other angels as well. But I don't think we were, at least when we were searching, we had a filter saying, okay, this is the only capital that I'll take if this person gives me. I mean, I'm being brutally honest.
Can I ask So I have a follow-on question. Would you have felt differently if you were in Bangalore or Bombay versus Chennai?
I think the pool would have been larger, but I think the underlying sentiment would have been the same. Again, I'm not saying we've never said no to capital. Kirti would remember we had one gentleman who came up to us and said, I'll give you 3x the amount of capital that you're asking for, but your motorcycle has to come out in 3 months. And at that point, at least, we had a timeline of roughly about 18 months time, right? And we said, boss, it's very clear, right? We're not going to go back and become a vehicle integrator like everybody else is doing. We want to create tech. We want to do it the right way, because if we go the other route, we're going to be one among 100 other people making vehicles, right? So to answer your question, yeah, I mean, I don't think the sentiment would have changed, but the pool of investors would definitely be larger. And again, see, this is a point, something that even Manu's been pushing me for a very long period of time. But I think Rapti as a company today would not exist. Again, bold statement, would not exist if we were in Bangalore. I think the reason that Rapti, we're one of the industry's most capital efficient. I take pride in the fact that we've come here with a fraction of the capital that some of our peers have. And I think the core reason for that is Tamil Nadu. And it's not just about, rent or anything. I think it's more in terms of the attitude of the people that we've taken aboard, right? Like, just the difference in attrition rate helps so much, right? Like, now I have people who are ready to stick with me, who believe in the vision. Doesn't matter if I can, and I've told this out like a million times whenever I speak, right? Like, I had this one employee who came up to me and said, boss, எப்போ காசு வராதுன்னு சொல்லுங்க, ஒரு மாசத்துக்கு முன்னாடி என் credit card ஓரமா வச்சிடுறேன். I genuinely don't think I would have been able to find maybe 1 or 2 guys, but not 130 guys like that in Bangalore. I think that makes a huge difference. So I think that's more important than whether invest pool is available or not.
Answer to your question in terms of why we picked Satya, we were fortunate. We had at least 2 other investors who were interested. But Satya, it's there in the name, bold cap. He made a decision almost within 24 hours. We met, we had a long chat. Pretty much at the end of the day, he said, okay, I want to make an investment. And thankfully, the other investor we have on the cap table also made a decision within like 48 hours. So we were fortunate to onboard investors like that. So when as an entrepreneur, when you meet investors like that, it's a very easy decision because they are moving at the pace that you are moving as a startup. You want people on your cap table, on your board, who can move really fast. So it was a very easy decision for us that way. Having said that, I want to address the other point that we were discussing. While what Mithun said is absolutely true, that the amount of capital that's available today is much, much better than the situation 10, 15 years before.
But I don't want us to get carried away with that. It's not like there is enough abundant capital. No, that is not the case. Compared to the talent that is out there, the amount of capital that is available, it's still far, far, far lower. So as an ecosystem, we really have to do a lot more to actually enhance the amount and the quality and the type of risk capital that can come in to the ecosystem, both nationally and also in Chennai. Now, regional capital works and helps. In fact, the other investor we have on the board is a regional capital based out of US in Seattle. They actually focus on invest only in Pacific Northwest companies that come only from 2 or 3 different cities, because they have a captive audience there, and all the startups that come out of that ecosystem know that investor, and they have a very focus on that region. Of course, they invested in us because my previous company, we were based out of there. So regional capital can play a very key role. There is enough evidence of regional capital playing a very important role in the US. So there is an opportunity to emulate that system right here in Chennai. Today in India, at least from my experience, VCs are not agnostic about where the company is based out of. I haven't really seen VCs say that, oh, you are in Chennai, I won't invest. While super majority of them are still in Bangalore, they are completely okay with investing in a company in Chennai or Bangalore or Bombay. Does not matter. If you are in a tier 2 city, maybe they have a problem. Tier 1 city, totally not a problem, right? So the overall risk capital ecosystem nationally has to dramatically improve. We are really, really behind. There's no question about it. India, if you take software, the number of developers in India is kind of already probably eclipsed the number of developers in US. India is number 1 in terms of software developers. From a quality standpoint also, we are really out there, no problems. So for that kind of talent pool that we have 1 by 100 or maybe even 1 by 1,000 capital that is available in the US, risk capital. So let's not even get lost for a second thinking that we have enough capital. No, we have nothing. So that situation has to completely improve, and I think we should definitely talk about it. So.
Yeah, right. I think I echo with everything that they said. Just want to add 2 more points, right? I think for deep tech, the moment you have that purpose, like Vishesh was saying, that you want to build an air taxi, and in the first round you go and you start talking to VCs. I think specifically for deep tech, you don't have too many people picking on that, right? Between 2019, when we were saying that we'll build an air taxi sitting out of India, there was no conviction in the market, right? It was just a purpose at that point of time. The market was validated in some sense with hypothesis of adjacent markets. But I think the early rounds are a challenge for deep tech, but I think that's sort of changing. But like Manu was saying, right, he's absolutely right. There is not enough capital that you think there is, right? You still have to be very, very frugal in the way you're looking at how these milestones gets achieved. The next thing I think is important for most startups is how much would the VC or the firm complement in accelerating some parts of your journey, right? You don't necessarily have to go out and build the entire ecosystem yourself. There are a lot of VCs who bring together an operator ecosystem for you, right? Vishesh has been instrumental in connecting us to a lot of the EV supplier network that's out there, right? We have frequent conversations on parts of motors, parts of batteries. Given that he has, in some sense, found the way to sort of look at people who are in the EV ecosystem very, very well, which means there's a very structured way in which he's thinking about this. And with some of your early investors, they're going to end up being on your board, right? So you've got to make sure that they are aware and they are fully bought into your journey, because it's going to be super critical, because they're going to approve some of your board decisions, right? In case you do decide to do something audacious midway, and that's what's needed for the journey, you need them to sort of stay with you, right? So it's super important that you sort of gauge that as well.
Clearly. I just want to call out a couple of points you guys made, because I think it's very interesting. One, Dinesh, you said the advantages of starting up in TN. So we talk a lot about the other side, but both the capital efficiency point, the talent retention point, I think is great, especially because you're in the space of auto. This is the auto hub. I think it may be a little different if you go into other areas, but at least for the space that you're in, it's pretty good. It works, which is fantastic. But I want to also call out the point that Prasanna made, which is one, there isn't as much capital as we think there is, which I think is a fantastic point. I fully agree. And this is a national issue, not an India or a TN issue. But at some level, and you're right also that it is capital agnostic, meaning it doesn't, you're location agnostic, right? You can raise from anywhere in the country. Having said that, the exposure level for TN startups is a little lower. I went to an event in Chennai in December, a VC run event, and it was pouring, one of the December days where one cyclone was coming this way, one cyclone was coming that way, one of those days, and we had 50 people in the room. And I asked the 50 people, I said, wow, this is you guys have come from all over. I said, boss, this is very important. In Bangalore, that event happens 3 times a week, right? So I do think there are network effects. I think it's a fair point to say that it's kind of location agnostic, but the network effects do matter, right? So I think having said that, the broader challenge you've made is a good one, which is there sufficient capital and what can we do differently? So let me ask that side of the table, including Mithun. If you had to, number one, I'm guessing all of us agree that, boss, we're only at the start of this journey. There can be 10 times as many startups with as much capital there is, right? I'm from a fund that is entirely domestic in terms of its capital raise. So I'm very deeply aware of what it takes to raise money domestically in India. It's quite challenging. You guys have LPs of all hues. So let me ask you this. If you were king for a day, what would you do to change to the challenge that Prasanna gave? Change the amount of risk capital that's available right now. What could change?
I'm going to take a shot.
You have the bag.
That's you hold it. See, I think I was just making an observation. It says the role of private equity in startups here, right? I think when you think of innovation and what fuels innovation, right, there is different risk appetites, in all of the stacks of capital that exist. If you look at some of the largest ecosystems in the US that has, this is like a funnel problem, right? You need to have enough companies in the top of the funnel for you to have enough companies to graduate from one stage to another, to another, to another, and go public, right? If you have only one company in the top of the funnel, do the probability, right? So I think for any ecosystem to thrive, the first thing is in the top of the funnel needs to expand, right? Which means that there needs to be enough investors with very, very high risk appetite to be your first investor, like all of us, here, right? And be able to, and like today, right? Like I'm just like thinking back today, we are about to do an investment in a company, and one of the things that we are talking about is what are the things that we know, and what are the things that probably we don't know or is not yet validated, right? So, and there is a risk versus reward in that. It's not that we are doing this, because we don't care about the risk, or we're doing this because if this works, then the reward is so much more higher for going in that early, right? So I think it's a function of, see, today I have only global capital. I don't have any India capital as much. But if you look at global capital, when they look at India, they look at it as an emerging market play, right? And that's the one big risk issue that I think needs to change, right? So they're like, oh, we already have exposure in India in a, ABC blue chip, let's say VC fund, right? And in most of these plays, I think because it's a market play, not a theme play or a sector play or a stage play, which means that there is no capital trickle down to that early top of the funnel, problem that I'm talking about, right? So I think there is going to be when we had to go fundraise, I think like we were, the biggest thing that we were saying is why does it make sense and why do we believe that entrepreneurs like Prasanna and of likes are going to go and build software from Chennai, from India, and are going to build a very large company, and we believe that being the first in that company, there is a massive opportunity to play that game, right? So I think there needs to be I think there could also be a lot of domestic capital who understand the market well, who understand the entrepreneurs well, are able to write that much earlier check. I think it's just not us as investors, I think it's a mix of, investor, the kind of investor, what stage we play, how do LPs look at these markets, and so on. And yeah, so.
So I think, I'll just address a couple of, points that were brought up. And so I was at Super Return in September, right? Global, all LPs and GPs and everyone coming. And, our pitches were a deep tech fund. And so we go sit with a few of these large LP family offices, 100 million, 500 million. We went the last day. And this guy's like, what is it with you Indian funds and deep tech? The last 5 guys who came and said deep tech, right? I remember when, I met, Agnikul with Vishesh, I think 2018 or 19, right? He was a fund in the room, I was an individual. And at that point in time, nobody, had any inkling of what deep tech was or, whether there was money to be made in this ecosystem, right? And so that evolution of like 6-7 years, that market, everybody now wants to say, okay, the story in India today is deep tech. The story so there is capital available. I don't think, there is a lack of interest or capital or, the story is selling somewhere. There are LPs who are buying into it. I think the issue is that the top of the funnel is one thing, the bottom of the funnel is also the other thing, right? Everyone is chasing after 1, 2, 3, 5 companies, right? A lot of the capital is trying to get into the same type of company or a similar story. I don't think there is enough breadth there, right? I don't think the market is deep enough on that side as well, right? But in the hardware context, in the deep tech context, I think Tamil Nadu has been a pretty fantastic support ecosystem. I think Dinesh would be the first person to say that, guidance and all the different people have been fantastically supportive of this whole ecosystem in terms of helping them develop. And I don't see how that would have happened in, name any of the other states. I think, there would still be a delta there, right? And I'm sure Dinesh and Kirti and everybody can talk about that as well. So I think there are LPs who are willing to invest. There is capital that is willing to deploy into some of these. And these are, I would say, the more abstruse investments, right? It's, trying to understand what the, let's say, a technological difference is, a tech moat is, right? And people are willing to take that bet. I just think you need to see enough of these success stories which are now marketed, saying, hey, there is money to be made here. You show the, 5-10 big exits in this space. And, that then becomes a blueprint or something that you can now go fundraise off of, right? And that then becomes something that people can easily bite into as saying, okay, I want to, back a fund in this space or back a startup in this space. I think as with anything, especially here, I think we're going into either it's too loud or it's too mild. As with anything, I think there is a gray area of, the system being abused, I think, right? There is so many companies which are, also rands, copycats, who are also fundraising in that same process, who are trying to pitch into the same story, who are trying to, share the aura of some of these, guys who are actually doing things, right? There's, again, without going into actual names, there's a large, very well-known EV OEM who's in NCLT now, right? One of the largest companies, one of those big brands, one of the 2 that Dinesh mentioned in the beginning, right? Because they claimed FAME subsidy and, hadn't actually delivered on local value addition, right? This is like massive house, right? And so that type of thing is now competing with somebody who is actually developing technology, who's actually building ground up stuff. And unfortunately, in the space that, let's say, some of us are, it isn't as visible to an investor what the difference is. And somewhere I think that education also needs to happen.
Thank you. I'm going to try and pick up a few points and summarize. Firstly, I think being a king for a day wouldn't do anything. You possibly need to be king for a few years to try and fix this problem. I also don't think It's lack of capital. There is sufficient capital in the country. It's just that each one has a very different risk-reward ratio to it, right? And therefore, a lot of this problem of capital inadequacy is possibly in buckets. You may have a particular category that someone's not willing to take enough risk over something else. And maybe the solution to it is really over time, people show track record like Manu mentioned, and people are going to get comfortable. I'm sure at the time Mithun and the guys at Flipkart, and there were 30 other e-commerce companies that you don't hear of now, right? That they all went out there trying to do something. But the fact that you had a few successes have let a bunch of other people come around. And you need to give that time. And maybe that's the journey you're going through. But at the same time, it doesn't mean you have to sit and do nothing about it. And I think Nat's out here, and I'd like to give credit to IIT Madras for possibly building the country's best incubation cell. That's a great example. That's what we need to be doing as society, as ecosystem to, either partner with academia or build some of these incubation centers. I think 9 years ago, I was in Israel. I happened to meet a guy called Dov Moran, who apparently was inventor of the USB drive. And he took us to an office which looked like a duplex apartment, and there were like 30 different guys working on 15 different projects. The outcomes didn't matter as much, at least at his level and given what he'd already achieved. But there was effort being put out there to be purposeful to go do something. And there was an infrastructure that was being put together without immediately measuring anything. That's a great starting point. At least if you want to do something around science tech, because that also needs infrastructure, right? The fact that Agnikul could benefit off what IIT Madras offered them, that itself is worth millions of dollars on day zero. Now, you're not going to get that money, or you possibly don't have to search for money every time. You could look for pockets where it solves your problem. And I don't think money solves all problems. Many times it does, but not always.
It's pretty much covered by all of them, yeah.
No, but I have a different question for you, Mithun, because the one difference between you sitting in the middle from all of them is you're also an LP, right? So at some level, as an LP, how do you think about this? Because as an LP, how do you think about the risk capital and how do you get more capital to this? Because at the end of the day, as investors, we are investing an LP's money. As a GP, we are thinking about that. But as the limited partner who's actually funding it yourself, how do you think about risk capital from your perspective?
No, I think across the stages, every person who at some point becomes an LP has a math in his own mind saying that how much risk I want to take it, and he knows as well also that at the earliest stages the highest risk, and at the later stages the least amount of risk. And so, for example, if I come to TVS, I know that there's no capital risk in that business. You're not expected to take any capital risk. And that's why allocations will possibly be larger on that. And if I, went to Speciale or went to Manu's fund as well also, I know I'm taking full risk on capital as well. And I actually want them to take maximum risk as well also. Only fundamentally, I think where the gap in my mind is that I think
them and saying, take my money, take my money. There is capital available. There are, funds are trying to force themselves onto entrepreneurs. But just a quick segue on that front. See, all of us had a view. The person, holding the mic, moderating, is a guy who's now, managing 3,000 plus crores of money. So somewhere I think, your opinion on this and your thoughts on this also are much more relevant. So
Thank you, Manu, for spinning it on me.
I mean, you're the big daddy, man.
Look, I'll only say 2-3 things, right? Because we're in the thing ourselves. I think one, domestic capital still doesn't appreciate this yet. If you look at how much of the total capital invested in companies like this in India, domestic is still a minority. LPs like Mithun obviously more evolved, but there are a lot of people still coming to terms. When we were raising our fund, we are in the process of raising our fund and we're coming to the fag end of it. We went to 12 states, about 28 cities across the country. It was, I swear, the best Bharat Darshan that you could get. Because you go and meet people and you ask them, are you willing to invest in private equity and venture capital and so on? And you realize that attitudes vary dramatically across the country. If you go to the west of the country, you'll get a certain risk appetite and an understanding of risk appetite that is so ingrained that they naturally understand and they ask a certain set of questions. If you go towards the south of the country, whether you look at Tamil Nadu or Kerala or even to some extent Karnataka, the broader state, or even Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, I think the attitudes to private capital or this type of return profiles are not as understood, right? They would rather invest in things they see and understand, like gold or real estate or even public markets over a period of time are things that they're getting used to. So I think the country is evolving, and I think capital is slowly but surely finding its way as the market matures. So I think that's one definite view. Second, going to what I think Mithun said, obviously, and to some extent Satya also mentioned, there's a funnel. Everyone has to participate. I think you find smaller pools of capital coming into risk capital. But over time, growth equity firms and bigger firms should also be participating and investing. Having said that, when you go back to the US, which is the origin of all risk capital, kind of that idea, a large part of that initial investment did come from a DARPA. It came from places that had the longest horizons on risk, capital, that are truly hard for investors managing other people's money to have. So I agree with Mithun that the horizons change, but people also want to see distributions, people also want to see cash. So it's not always as easy, right, as you know. So sometimes I wonder about the really long-dated capital in our country, pension funds, and the fact that they are getting in now, but they're very, very far away. Do they truly understand risk capital? Is there a way to bring some of that risk capital to play? Is a question. I always wonder, why should the Ontario, sorry, I know this is being recorded, so I should probably be careful. Why should other countries' pension funds necessarily be the ones benefiting from great entrepreneurs doing great things in our country, right? Serving Indian markets, global markets. So there is a question in my mind around the really long-dated capital that can truly be at risk versus necessarily the capital that comes in 1 or 2 stages after. So those are, now if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to open it to the very patient and wonderful audience we have here. If you have a question, please put your hand up. I have only 2 requests. Please make it a question, not a statement. And if you could, before your question, just briefly tell us your name and the organization you represent. Please, sir. If you can get a mic. Audible, right? Okay. If they can't hear you, I'll repeat your question, but I can hear you, yeah. Sorry, you guys hear? I heard startup founder and then he said something which I missed.
Hi, my name is Amrit. I have a startup. I recently did a soft launch of my app in the Play Store. My app is just fitness aggregation and it matches you up with a buddy if you want to partner with them for a workout or for a swim or for a run, anything. In the long run, it will be a fitness dating app. In the short run, it's just a buddy matching model. My question is, at what stage should I, at this stage, should I go for a venture capitalist or should I go for an incubation cell? That is my question.
This has become Shark Tank. No. It's not Shark Tank. I think he's asking a broader question, which is, what stage? What is the right time? How should he think about it?
It's a two-pronged thought process in my head at least. When should you raise capital? One of 2 things. As long as you have some capital and as much as you can stretch it, you should stretch it. And the second reason when you do it, when you might want to expedite that, is that if you think you've figured out the solution, perfect solution, you got a product market fit to it, and then you don't want to wait too long before other people come in and solve this and take this forward. So one idea is to stretch it. And the second idea is if you really got the solution right at that point and you're able to see product market fit, then I would go to market and do it because if you need the capital. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is one of the most interesting session for me from the morning. Thank you all. I see a lot of beautiful minds. He mentioned about a lot of copycats. You, sir, you mentioned about a lot of copycats, and I see that real in the domain that I work in, wherein a lot of people, I mean, the OpenAI wrapper is the most prominent copycat that you see across the globe, right? Where the contribution of myself is thin and I rely too much on the OpenAI and spin up a product, and those kind of products, if that's going to fuel the funnel that you're talking about, okay, that's the funnel that is filling up today. And if those companies are eating away investors' money, which you all raise, so how that would play from an investor? I would like to be an investor. I asked I just Googled, the entry criteria is quite high for me to invest. Are there funds where I can see, like, okay, what are the frameworks that you use to weed out copycats? As well as top of the funnel is good, but what if those are copycats?
So I mean, the copycat PC, there is I think enough room for, everyone to flourish, in the sense that, see, there is an execution piece to the story, there is a, technology piece to the story, right? In our case, being at least the quote unquote deep tech, right? We are looking for a tech moat, so to say, right? But I mean, like, a lot of these companies, if you are the fastest person to execute, right? I mean, the quick commerce has become quicker, commerce has become quickest commerce, right? I mean, it is an execution play at the end of the day and a capital play, like Mithun said, right? So there isn't, I mean, it depends on what you're trying to invest in, what areas are you trying to take exposure to, maybe one of us can help on that. But otherwise, as an individual, there are a lot of angel networks and, places where you can get a lot more involved and, connect. So.
But I think your question was broader, right? Which is, how do you make sure that when, let's say you are an investor in a fund, how do you make sure the fund is not just putting it into some random companies that are just copies of each other and not really the innovative companies? That's your question. Probably you guys, as how do you make those decisions?
Okay, no, I thought it was another question, but I'll try to answer that as well. But I think, see, I'll talk about the funnel problem, right? See, I think, and a lot of companies are, GPT wrappers and, have come out and, so at every point of technology disruption, there are going to be lots of companies that, and you need to have enough companies in that momentum, in that wheel, to kind of then figure out which of the companies kind of break out from there, like what Manu was saying, execution and so on, right? But let's also not forget that not all of the companies in the top of the funnel should be actually venture funded, right? Like, if you look at what Sam from OpenAI says, is like, he says that, think of 10 people and $10 million revenue businesses, right? Today there are 200 people, 500 people generating a 10 million business. With AI, you could have a 10-member team and still build a 10 million revenue business, right? So I think, like, I believe AI and the GPT wrappers that don't have much more, they shouldn't be ashamed of it. They shouldn't be embarrassed about it. They should be very proud about it and build a successful business that is profitable, right? Rather than go for venture capital, source of capital, right? I think that's my point. But at least, see, the job of a capital manager, right, is to see if there is a moat in what you're building, long-term moat, and are you able to understand what are the challenges or, the potential risks that you are building, in a very fast-growing, space, right? So, and another point that I tell entrepreneurs is, and everybody, and this is again going to what, how quickly the models are getting, built and, getting launched across by multiple model providers, right? If you're betting against the model, right, saying that this model will not do well and hence I'm going to build something that the model is supposed to do, but I will do it better, you better be able to raise a ton of capital and to be able to go and execute it. So do not bet against the model. You know, if you look at it in a 5-year perspective, there's going to be enough capital that will continue to go in these foundation models. And these models are going to continue to get better and better and better and better. But if you can build around the models, right, there is a fair bit of business that still gets built. So at least that's my take.
Hello, I'm Murali Krishnan Janudurai. So I have two questions. One is for Satya, another one is for the investors. Arjun, Dinesh and Satya have novel ideas actually that comes to the products. So when novelties comes, basically risks also there because there is no earlier proof how it comes, right? So how you believe the prototype, what these people bring these novel ideas, and how you build faith and invest money, because it is when novel ideas comes, it will take time to bring the products and all. How you keep your patience and invest money on that kind of novel ideas. And I have one question for you, Satya, that you have been for vertical takeoff and vertical landing. And there is a risk for getting permission on air traffic. Nowadays, signal traffic, air traffic entirely different. So how you are going to mitigate those kind of risks as a product?
Maybe we'll take that second question first. Then how do you invest in companies that don't have a product yet? How do you stay patient there, I think is the question.
So I'll go first, right? So I think with deep tech, it's super important that you keep policy in mind right from the day you start building, right? Which means you've got to very clearly figure out how you would go to market and what does that ecosystem look like. In our case, the ecosystem at this point of time continues to be theoretical, right? There are proof of concepts globally, and luckily for us, our industry is very standardized, right? Which means there are very strict and clear norms world over that talk about how we will end up operating the vehicle, right? So it's about borrowing from there and adopting to your context. India presents, there are copycats, but then India presents a whole different contextual problem, right? Our context is very different compared to how solutions work compared to other parts of the world. So
sorry, I'll ask you a very simple
question.
Do you foresee aerial traffic jams?
We do, right? And we've been working on that specific problem for the last year and a half, right? Which means we've been working very clearly with the regulators on how that will get managed, right? And that needs to obviously have a backbone of systems. And that's something that we're building as well. So you end up having to build parts of the problem that you're not necessarily solving in case you want your product to succeed. That's one of the challenges you end up facing, right? But it's a good problem to have, right? And that's something that we're going after. It allows you to sort of also have opportunity in adjacent areas, right? That's the way to look at it.
So he's not just solving one problem, he's also solving regulation in the air.
There is another risk here. Okay.
So if you don't mind, we'll run out of time. I just want to make sure there's one last question, so I'll ask.
So this question is about how you invest when there's no
How do you
product.
invest when there's no product? It's such a futuristic idea.
Really at the stage we're investing, and different people make different kinds of investments, right? So particularly for us, we're largely investing in people. We're investing in their unique insights that just allows them to build very meaningful companies or technologies that can become companies. So there's a lot of art around it, of course. The only way to bring some science is to see what can you do with the money, right? What can you do with 10 rupees? What can you do with 100? What can you do with 10 crores, 5 crores? And at each point of time, are you killing meaningful risk? As an entrepreneur, you have to think about killing risk along the way so that if you kill all the risk, then you're successful. As against trying to be successful, the one way to do it is by shutting all the doors of failure. So what we look at is what does money do and how many doors of failure can you shut along the way? And then can that be a meaningful place to be to raise more capital and along get there? Yeah, so that's one framework we sometimes think about.
It's as much art as science. Sorry, we have time for one last question, ma'am.
Hi. Hello, yes. I had an opportunity to ask you a question the last time. So thank you for the opportunity again, like the same panel at the last Umagine. The question is for how do students today anticipate such a large, long horizon problem and seek out investments, not seek out investments, but plan to solve problems as well, because as they age, people mellow down and they might lose the passion. But while you have classes for entrepreneurship, but how do you breed the idea of conceptualizing long horizon problem solving.
Any advice for students who are on that cusp? They have how do you find an idea and your point is that students at least have that energy, they're young, they can get going, take risk, right? It gets harder as you get older. Any advice?
Actually, I teach in a school in Chennai at Sishya, and it's about problem solving that I spend time on. And I agree with you, actually. Most of the time that kids spend in school goes on learning something, but they don't understand how to find a problem to solve. And I think in life, it's very easy to find solutions. The harder problem is which problem to solve. And really, we need to find a way in which this really becomes we inculcate this thinking in which we sort of help kids at a very early age become even more curious than what we do right now. Frankly, I don't have a solution. I just want to echo that that's a massive problem, and this is the one problem if we really solve, we will make the biggest difference in the country to becoming curious and doing everything else. All that, I mean, you spoke about Israel. I mean, it's one of the places where people are always thinking about solving problems. I think strife does it in some sense. We don't have any strife in our lives. So I think we've just not had to think about it, but it's certainly a very, very important problem to solve.
I just want to add, I think one thing that really helps is the fact that you start thinking about the economics of the problem. It's something that doing engineering, I never thought about economics or scalability or what it's going to cost to solve the problem, right? When you're a student, you're just going after the craziest engineering problem, and sometimes, right, that is a problem, right? You don't end up finding a real world application fundamentally because it makes no economical sense to doing that, right? So having inculcate a sense of what the economics of solving that problem is going to sort of have will get you to at least start having conversations to potential people who invest, because that's fundamentally where a lot of conversations start, right? At least in that funnel, that's the first thing that you'll end up having to do. So having that as a part of the curriculum will really help sort of go after the problem quite a bit. So that's what I think.
But if I can, I mean, these are both very, very good points, right? Whether it's at the school level that Mithun is doing himself, or what Vishnu said about at the engineering level. I mean, are you thinking through the economic side of the problem? But I think the more important thing to take away from this group is, if you look at this panel, we couldn't have put it together 10 years ago, 5 years ago, right? I mean, Mithun would have been on this panel alone. All of us would be somewhere else and he'd be talking, right? So it will be very different. Nothing to do with age, just to do with achievement. But it's a very different group. I think it's a very optimistic message we should take away. It's a very different place we are in now, and you heard this echoed by different people. It's a very different place. The deep tech ecosystem we're talking about wasn't there. The ecosystem, both from an entrepreneur standpoint and a capital standpoint. And this is still early days, and I'm hoping when, the next time I have to do a panel in 5 years, there's not 3 people on my address book that I have to call for the VC side as 10, right? But it's better than it was when it was 0 5 years ago, and all these 3 fine gentlemen weren't here. So I think it's a starting point. I think there's a lot we can do and we should do. But I first want to thank all of them for having accepted the invitation to come here and spend their afternoon with you all. And of course, thank you to you for showing up and being part of this event. With that, I'll hand it over to the organizers who have been giving me a few time warnings already. So thank you for being patient.
Thank you so much for that thoughtful session. Now I'm going to request Ms. Ilavarasi, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to please come on the stage and felicitate our speakers here today. First, I would like to call upon Mr. Naveen Unni. Can we all give a huge round of applause? Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Dinesh Arjun. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Prasanna Venkatesan. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Vishnu Ramakrishnan. Can we please put our hands together? Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Vishesh Rajaram. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Manu Iyer. Can we all put our hands together, please? Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Satya Sampath. Can we please put our hands together? Last but not the least, I would like to call upon Mr. Mithun Sacheti. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Once again, thank you so much for that thoughtful session. Thank you. We'll have a short break till 4 p.m. and meet back for the topic Global Technology Trends and Local Impact. Thank you. Welcome you all back to the last session of day one at Umagine, Tamil Nadu 2025, where we inform, inspire and innovate. We're moving forward to the panel discussion on the topic Global Technology Trends and Local Impact. And we have a moderator and speaker, Mrs. Sai Sudha Chandrasekharan, who's the Chief Business Officer and FDI Investor Expert at Synergy India Ventures. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome her on the stage, please? Formerly, she led FDI under the Make in India program at Invest India, handling sectors like electronics, textiles, and renewable energies. She has represented India at 100+ international forums, a Harvard graduate in management consulting, and gold medalist from Great Lake Institute of Management. Sai Sudha returned to India in 2019 to drive strategic investments and business growth. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to call upon our first panelist for today, Ms. Halima Holland, Consul General of UK. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome her on the stage, please? We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. K. Saravana Kumar, Consul General of Malaysia. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage, please? We welcome you, sir. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Chang Yun Kim, Consul General of the Republic of Korea, on the stage, please. Can we give a huge round of applause? We welcome you, sir. Next, I'd like to call upon Ms. Christophe Bramoli, Deputy CG, Head of the Bureau de France. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage? We welcome you, sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to this very, very exciting panel and session. The topic is of incredible relevance and importance to today's world that is changing at an unprecedented pace. We are joined by an extremely impressive and elite set of panel, some of the brightest minds in their own country who have come to India to represent their country here. They are a core part of the policy making for their countries as well. The first on stage we have is Ms. Halima Holland. Her Excellency Ms. Halima Holland is the head of the British Deputy High Commission, Chennai. She has been appointed as the Deputy British High Commissioner to Chennai. Previously, Halima worked as the Deputy Head of Crisis Management in the FCDO and as the Head of Kidnaps in Counter-Terrorism Department. She has experience in national security in the Middle East and South Asia. She was previously posted to Iraq, Afghanistan, Israel, and the occupied Palestinian territories. She is also the first woman head of mission in Chennai, and notably the only woman panelist today afternoon. Welcome, Ms. Halima. Following her, we have His Excellency Mr. Saravana Kumar, the Consul General of Malaysia in Chennai. Mr. Saravana Kumar is a Malaysian diplomat with a wealth of experience across various governmental ministries, ranging from Ministry of Science and Technology to Environment to Plantation to Foreign Affairs since 2002. His expertise spans across trade, environmental issues, bilateral diplomacy, and ASEAN regional organizations and multilateral organizations. Mr. Saravana Kumar also served as the Minister, Councillor, and Deputy Head of Mission at Laos. He currently heads the consulate in Chennai and represents, takes care of all of South India. Welcome, CG Mr. Kumar. Next, we have His Excellency Mr. Kim, the Consul General of the Republic of Korea in Chennai. He is a Korean diplomat with deep interest in fostering economic and trade-related development to strengthen the India and Korea ties. His career spans across Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, as well as Foreign Affairs. He served at various diplomatic missions, right from Japan, Romania, Indonesia, and Korean mission to ASEAN. In headquarters, he joined the WTO round for the FTA negotiations with Chile, Japan, and ASEAN. After completing his mission in ASEAN in 2023, he took charge as the Consul General of the Republic of Korea in Chennai. Welcome, CG, Mr. Kim. Following him, we have Mr. Christophe Bramoulé. He started his career within the French Central Administration in 1998 as the Secretary Protocol. He had an international posting in Bucharest and London before returning to France to work in the Department of French Abroad and Consular Administration. He worked lastly as the head of Consular Section at Belarus and as the Deputy Consul General in Moscow. He has extensive expertise in protocol, visa, consular, and security matters. Welcome, Mr. Christophe. Today we are going to discuss about the global technological trends and its local impact. To any trend, we as local citizens, as citizens of any country, are exposed to only two sides, right? One, you are either the service provider or the service or product provider. The second is you are the consumer. But what about from a government's point of view? It is a completely different universe that we are not aware of. Ideally, all of us, one as consumers or as creators, should be aware of. Because in today's really rapid and fast growing technological advancements, there rises a debate or question or an apprehension. Are we missing out on the greater purpose of protecting the planet versus just going after the private sector development of their own technology or trend? So this is a very, very important topic, and we are here to hear from, like I said, the finest minds and the finest policy makers from across the globe who are sharing this panel with us to see what are all the challenges, learn from them their view on the trends, how can it be tackled, and what sort of solutions or collaborations are possible today. This very topic makes this panel very unique, very important, and very relevant as well. The interplay of global technological advancement and the transformative nature at which it can impact the local communities and the economies have never been more pronounced, right? Right from AI to fintech to digital to even manufacturing innovations. There is a role for technology to play in every field. Tamil Nadu, with its industrial base and forward-looking policy, is absolutely ready to take on this global journey. And today we are going to understand a little bit more from a global perspective as well, right? One sure thing that all of us know is today, from a technological advancement and a learning point of view, it is no more a capital effort that each citizen has to make. It is more of an everyday operating effort as citizens we all have to put in to keep up with the pace at which the technology is going. Earlier it used to be 5 years, perhaps today it's 5 months or lesser. There is new trend, new technology. Along with it comes a lot of pros, and along with it could come a lot of cons as well. So firstly, I would like to understand from you all, what are the major technological trends that you think are going to shape the world tomorrow, and what is it today? Let's start off with Mr. Christophe, the Consul General, Deputy Consul General of France. Over to you.
Hello everyone. It might not be very original, but it's difficult not to mention the widespread development of AI in our economies and societies. From an economic perspective, AI might bring unprecedented productivity gains in almost all sectors. Also, economists wouldn't agree on the scale of these productivity gains. But if it doesn't substitute all jobs, it modifies
some tasks of all kinds of jobs. So it's a very important topic for France, and this is the reason why our government will host in Paris next month an international summit for action on AI, which will address both its risks and opportunities, following the international momentum initiated through the two previous summits in the UK and in Korea.
Thank you so much. Paris is always known for a global hub for, innovation and global diplomacy, and we're really excited. This Action Summit is going to take place there, and we look forward to what are the possible outcomes that people can learn from and take action across the globe as well. Thank you so much. Over to CG Kim. What would be your overview on or observations on the recent trend developments, and where could it take us?
A lot of technology we can see, AI, robotics, BT, biotechnology, nanotechnology, and battery issue. Among all emerging technology, I think that very critical technology changing our future, I'm sure will be the AI and robotics, as mentioned by my colleague of the France. In particular, in Korea, Korea is known as a country of lowest fertility rate. So our population is going to decrease, and we will experience aging population. Because of that, we need to adopt the AI and robotics. It's not an option. It's an inevitable tool, an unavoidable tool to Korea. So I think low fertility rate could be disguised birth or fortune to Korea, because the kinds of phenomenon drive Korean society to adopt robotics and AI technology as an inevitable future. So as we are experiencing labor shortage, automation and robotics is inevitable. In order to give assistance to the elder, we need to adopt robots for the healthcare industry. Thank you.
Thank you, CG. The problems that you talked about are real world problems. Some are the world is beginning to face, and also particularly this is a problem many of us in India may not understand, because you're talking about low population and low workforce. That is something we are going to take some time to understand. Perhaps, that might open up channels to see how, as two countries, we can work together to see how we can bridge that gap as well. But having said that, that is a very, very real world problem that Korea is facing. It's very interesting to learn. Probably I'll come back and ask you, how do you think we can tackle this, a little more in detail? Over to CG, Mr. Kumar. Your thoughts would be really invaluable to the session.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And Vanakkam, Namaste to everyone, and good evening. Touching on the topic, Malaysia being a major trading nation, we are just a small trading nation, but you can see our three countries here is a co-investor in our country in big ways. They have your brand's presence in big way in technological sector, defense, telecommunication, from Korea, France, UK, all are present in Malaysia. So this have made Malaysia what it is today, combining with major superpowers. That is, that issue that's happening in South China Sea and geopolitics in that area, and rivalry between two major superpowers, and Taiwan being a major investor in our semiconductor industry in Malaysia. So this actually contributed to enhancement, for Malaysia's presence in the technological field. So it has some of this, what is happening in other regions, actually helping us to grow faster in that particular area. So in that sense, you can see that AI, machine learning are now coming a major tool in our manufacturing, healthcare, and fintech. Of course, renewable energy, a lot of things happen in China now. It has come to Malaysia now, the production hub, and of course, export potential. And so the other countries, superpowers, taking advantage of Malaysia's neurality in these issues and ability to use ASEAN. Malaysia, as this year being the Malaysia has been the ASEAN chair for 2025 this year. So we just taken over the ASEAN chairmanship on 1st January until 31st December. So you will see the topic of this global trends on IT, AI, all these things will play a major part of conversation that will take place during the ASEAN chairmanship too. Okay, so this, as far as digitalization concerned, there's Malaysia is upgrading, the Malaysian government is assisting through policy tools to look at how to make our SMEs incorporate digitalization, AI tools, this and that. This is taking place quite aggressively. And Malaysia, you can see we are in the logistical chain of major manufacturers. We have visited many companies in southern region. In Sri Perumbudur, we can analyze, you can see many of the components are being sourced from places like Penang, Johor, Selangor. And of course, when the product comes out, it comes out in this form. But some of the tools or sub-manufactured components inside comes from Malaysia itself, which is known as a quality producer of components of for technological enhancement. So all these things happening in the context of Malaysia. And Malaysia, of course, we are into the global trend of data center is growing very fast in Malaysia. And you can see a few days ago, Malaysia, Singapore signed an economic exclusive zone between Singapore and Iskandar region in southern tip there. So this is going to play an important role in how both countries can take advantage of each other's policies, to enhance in each other's economy. So, and also this contributes, this also gives opportunity to many other nations to actually leverage on this happening in this economic zone, because it's going to be a very big thing where the best of Singapore's brains research is going to be available in that Iskandar region in southern tip through the signing of the agreement between Malaysian government and Singapore on the establishment of the economic exclusive zone in that southern region. So these are some of the global trends and technological things that this house happening in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you. Malaysia sure plays a very pivotal role, especially in South Asia's technological ecosystem. But from CG's remarks, it's also evident that Malaysia, not just today, for a very long time, has been consistently investing in the hardware needed for technological developments, the infrastructure that is needed, traditional sectors, to the new age GCC data centers, a very balanced approach Malaysia is having. That's wonderful to hear, and many congratulations on being the chair of the ASEAN Council this year. Thank you, CG. Ms. Halima, we are also very, you represent, the UK, and UK is renowned for its cutting edge technologies in a lot of new emerging trend technologies, number one, as well as research, as well as in academia. So your insights on and observations on the trends and how it's going to impact will be very keen, for us to learn from.
I think there's... Can you hear me? Yes. There's a lot to be said for that, I think, about adaptability and opportunities in adaptability. And I think we're seeing that through some of the great innovation that's coming out. You mentioned that the UK does a lot on that, but so does India. And I think there's a really good news story coming out of Tamil Nadu in particular when we see those advances in technology innovations and in the new ideas that people are having. I think there's a really exciting atmosphere at the moment between both our countries. In the UK, we're really keen to nurture that kind of new talent. We've got over 750 accelerator and incubator programs for new developments at the moment. So that's taking those ideas and bringing them to fruition to the point where they can be real, marketable or usable options. We've also got a really good track record of unicorns. So those are startups which have reached the value of $1 trillion, or $1 billion. $1 billion, sorry. So of those unicorns, a third of all of the unicorns in Europe are from the UK. And that's a legacy that we really want to be able to share with our partners on the global stage. And we're working closely with institutions like IIT Madras here in Chennai. I visited their research park just this week, and I was blown away by some of the work they're doing. There were incredible innovations on display there. The thing that really struck me was that it's not just about smart minds coming with these technological ideas. IIT Madras at the research park in particular are thinking about how they really nurture that talent, how they put a supporting framework around them and help to get the most out of these people and their new ideas. So it's really paying it back into society as well. And that's something that I think we'll see more and more of from our institutions.
Thank you. That's a wonderful, way for us to start the new year. This is CG, your opening remarks saying, we are looking to partner, we are looking to collaborate, we are looking to nurture this talent from everywhere. We have ABC, we are looking to partner with people who can do, EFG. It's a wonderful way for us to start the panel with those remarks. Thank you so much. So it's clear and we've understood there is a lot of, subsectors within the technology, right from, sort of manufacturing, logistics, AI, robotics, automation, traditional, sectors. There are so many subsectors that are there, right? If I would like to just ask a couple of, the panelists here today, is there any one sector, all sectors are important, not taking away the importance and the impact every sector could have, but in your opinion, do you think, are there any specific sectors where the innovation is going to be really important and the impact of those sectors are going to be much more critical and time-bound? I would really like to see what is your pick on this sector. Probably, CG, Christoph, why don't you let us know your thoughts?
Thank you. Considering the global challenges we face, such as climate change, natural resources preservation, demographic transition, geopolitical fragmentation, I think that many sectors should be mentioned, such as space, healthcare, medtech, edtech. But I would like to put a special emphasis on 3 sectors, which, from my point of view, are really relevant to make this society a transformation. First, decarbonization of our energy production. Second, all technologies and processes allowing a more circular economy, just such as robust design, recycling, repairing, remanufacturing. And then third, the transformation of agri-food systems. Since our planet faces a tricky challenge, we need to increase food production to feed the growing population. And we also need, at the same time, to reduce the energy, the water and land footprint of food production.
Thank you, thank you. It is, the more and more the panelists speak, more and more it is being evident that technology has to first solve the real world problems, the traditional problems, before it advances the mankind into, and takes us to unprecedented heights. Thank you, CG, for your remarks. CG Kim, if you were to choose 1 or 2 sectors where you think innovation is going to be important and the impact is going to be large, what would be your pick?
There's a lot of sector, but I want to point out one sector, it's environmental technology and recycling in particular. So how to effectively recycle waste is very important for the sustainable development and circular economy and to preserve our planet. It is very important. I'm happy to explain that Korea's waste recycle system is very effective. If you visit Korea, there's no bin in the street, but very clean. It is because of Korea's innovative recycling system, thanks to the technology, such as RFID-based waste disposal system, smart recycling bin, AI-powered waste sorting system, a lot of things. But in addition to technology, government adopted a very innovative policy and also increased public awareness on that policy. Also played a very pivotal role, vital role for the success of Korean system. In particular, volume-based waste fee system ensures individuals pay based on the waste that they generate. That is, I think, important for many countries to adopt. As a diplomat, I visited and lived in many countries, but even some developed country dumped solid waste without recycling. So I'm happy to introduce Korean system. Thank you.
Thank you, CG. Korea has been a leader in consumer electronics, semiconductor, multiple, sectors, traditional sectors where they've invested a lot in the infrastructure. So even the solution, even his choice of the sector that he brings to the table just doesn't tell us, here is a technology that can solve, but he goes back and says smart bin, recycling, RFID. He again goes back to pointing out, investing and building in the infrastructure is also very important. That is, probably one thing that all of us can keep in mind. When you as a consumer are consuming something, be cognizant of the infrastructure that is needed to dispose or bring in. And if you're a product maker or service provider, also try to solve for the infrastructure, because we are all in this for the long game and the long haul, and that will be very important for us. Thank you, CG. Kumar, what are your thoughts on what sectors may be more needed than others?
Okay, as much as we talk about Malaysia, we cannot separate palm oil industry from us. We are a pioneer in the palm oil industry. And everywhere you go, the palm oil technology, you can say most of it origin from Malaysia over the last 60, 70 years. So you can see that the future of food security in terms of oils and fat supply, the crop itself is a golden crop. But of course, it has gone through a lot of transformation in terms of usage of technology. And the recent times, there's a lot of emphasis on modern farming and use of AI tools and machine tooling, mechanization, robotics, this kind of issues in the industry. And of course, we have a lot of tech companies in India, in Tamil Nadu, and it offers a vast opportunity to cater to this industry, whether in Malaysia or wherever, in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, where the planting is taking place. In India, you can see Vijayawada, and at Telangana, there is a big hectarage coming up. You can visit, you can experience, this industry is actually aiding towards zero waste. So this every product that comes off it, where the waste become a feedstock for another component. So this is how the industry research modernization has led to. So this, of course, when I said this robotics, there's a lot of innovation that need to be done under the concept of, we can see many industry are heading towards paying importance to ESG. So under the ESG, you have the sustainable producing the crop. So we have issues concerning forestry, reforestation, which is highlighted in many forums internationally. And also, if you see in India, there's concerns of condemning the oil from the health front. You can see that nowadays. But all these issues actually could be misinformation, because the Malaysian industry or the oil palm industry is taking consideration all the stakeholders' discussion on this matter, and it's finding all the ways willing to find new solution using technological means, you know. So this is why the efficiency is increasing, including like productivity, high-performing materials, precision agriculture. When it comes to the tree itself, there is a lot of research involved with data science. So the data science need to be analyzed to identify the best genetic component, genetic germplasm. So this is very much needed to increase the yield per hectare. So by that we can actually slow down the deforestation or replanting process, because the plant can give the plants that give the best yield can be replanted in the next cycle. So the, data science plays an important role in productivity, and also precision agriculture. Of course, precision agriculture, you can say drone technologies, which have to, and satellite technology, imaging technology from satellites that have to take a large images of large tracts of land and analyze it and identify what area needs what kind of thing, what is happening on the ground, because this is a big issue in plantation, oil palm plantation, where it involves thousands, millions of hectares of land, and one company can easily own at least 50,000 hectares of land or 100,000. In Malaysian context, there are some companies owning 200,000 hectares of land. So you have to sit in a control room. There gone are the days that people have to go to the ground and have to supervise all these kind of things. So they are looking at sitting in a control room through the satellite technology, through using AI tools, advanced machine tools, drone technology, all this thing, how to address this thing. So these are points for how the technology and information technology can be incorporated, and it is being incorporated, and there's a lot of expertise is needed, innovations. So there's a lot of scope of expanding for companies in Tamil Nadu and in India to look into how to serve. I'm sure many companies already there in the thing is servicing our companies there. But still there is a lot of scope for in the how you can play a part in transformative technologies for the oil palm industry in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, CG. Both Malaysia and India started off as large agrarian economies, and if one part of the world has developed something and it is benefiting everybody, I believe that opens up channels for Tamil Nadu and Malaysia to work together as well. Thank you very much. CG Halima, I want to switch it up a little bit, and rather than asking you what is your single pick for one particular sector, you bring something unique to the table. Primarily throughout your career, you have worked in harsher regions where you have seen a lot more than you could have seen if you were appointed in a Cosmo or a metropolitan sort of cities. So this question, my next question, I would like to start with you, right? Today, if we see the power or the impact of all the countries today that are present on this panel, we represent about $12 trillion of GDP, and the per capita ranges between $2,600 to about $50,000 is the per capita that we are talking about. And India does bilateral trade between all the countries to the extent of about $82 to $85 billion. And we represent 1.4 billion people across the world. This particular, panel alone that you are sitting, the five of us sitting here, we represent that kind of an impact and a magnitude. Today, when we are talking about how technology is advancing, there is always a humanitarian point, a point that is sort of attached. It is a sort of a debate also that we should all have while developing sort of, policies, that could benefit everybody, right? So my question to you is, it is fairly evident and obvious that technology powers the world for efficiency and better output and better life and better things, what could be done in 50 days today can be done in 5 hours, and what could have been done in 50 days with 500 people, today in 5 hours, 10 people and millions of, like, a large load of machine, right? That sort of is possible, but what is the cost we as a human society are willing to pay for it? There is going to be a lot of shift in the way business is going to be done. How is it affecting? What is the cost you're willing to pay for these technological advancements is something I would love to hear your thoughts on, and as first from you.
Thank you. I think there are a lot of potential costs to the technological developments that we're seeing. We're already seeing real-world impacts in terms of people's employment. In the job market, AI and the rise of chatbots, for example, has led to lesser jobs in call centres. That's a real-world impact on people's livelihoods. In the UK, we've had a big debate about the use of Uber and other ride-based apps. This was brought about by some Uber drivers who sued the company for not giving them fair employment rights. And as a result, these companies now have to give people who work in the gig economy, they need to give them paid leave, they need to pay them the minimum wage, they've got the same rights as other workers. But there was a period where they were being exploited. So there's a real possibility there that people will be taken advantage of. There's also a very live debate in the UK at the moment about social media and the extent to which social media channels should be moderated, and the question about what responsibility those large tech companies have for the content that young people in particular are engaging with. So there's a lot there that seems kind of scary. I think the Uber example is a good example of an issue that nobody had predicted, that looked quite damaging at one point, which has now had a good resolution in the UK. So it's not all things to be afraid of. I think together people will find ways to deal with some of these new challenges that we're not expecting. Adaptability is absolutely key. But there's a real challenge for the countries that are at the forefront of technological advances to make sure that things that are being pushed out are equitable across the world. Not only that people have the opportunities to access them, but also that those principles of fairness are the same for everybody.
Thank you very much. Next, CG Kumar, I would like to understand your thoughts on the, same. What are the challenges this advancement is going to pose to all of us as citizens of the world?
Thank you. Okay. Same goes to what Ms. Alima said just now. There's challenges to what you call, there must be there's a lot of question nowadays with the advancement of AI and machine robotics, this kind of thing, it could displace humans from the labor force over time. So this is a big challenge, that question being posted. So in the context of such developments, I think the government's concerns and also the responsibility of the business sector, private companies or businesses, there is responsibility how to balance this between make sure that people are employable, the labor force is employable continuously, and then sustenance of the consumerism, all these things, So we're already talking about universal income being, in UN documents, he's already talking about every country should come up with a policy for such as a universal income, like a weekly, something like that, to counter those issues. But of course, these are challenges that I think we should not let this AI and also this robotics, this thing completely take over our life. There must be always a balance between humanities continuously, and mindful that these technologies has to be introduced in a manner that humanities, of course, the people can learn it, skill them, and make sure the sharing of the task between the manpower and also the systems, these are well synchronized in the industry over time, and always not to be too greedy, only looking at the business aspects and producing the services or product and earn the money, and that's it. The businesses should not be focusing totally on this kind of aspects. There is a kind of CSR that is more so over now, that they have to pay emphasis to the CSR kind of thinking, that human factors, humanity need to be ever to be the forefront of this thinking, because many people see that technologies, they only focus on the STEM part of it. That means science, technology, I know math, science, this kind of education, which earns them good high income in the context of nowadays in the job market. But at the same time, the people who are in the humanities sectors, people who have skill or kind of inclined to this kind of subjects can be present in the job market, and they can be employed in harmony with the tech sector. I mean the tech minds. And the tech minds who are developing this kind of toolings, advancing this thing, but we always mindful this already exists. The human lives need to be continued, and that is, and government and private sector plays an important role in making sure this balance is ever maintained now and also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, CG Kumar. So I want to add another element, to the question to CG Kim and CG Pramole, who is, we talked about the possible challenges that it poses, right? Number one. Number two, as diplomats and people who play a very key role in developing the policies, your thoughts on how could the government and the policymakers keep this in mind to address these challenges for the betterment? I would love your thoughts specifically on that.
Yes, with the global tech trend development, there is a huge challenge to humanity and our life. For that trend, I think there is much role for government and the international circle to play to induce the development of technology to the right way. I think there is 3 dimensions of the government role, and one is the ensure the safety of AI or global tech development with forming an international cooperation, including government, business, and scientists. We should ensure, as a regulator, we should ensure the right development paths of AI technology. That's the first one. The second point is the as a role of facilitator for the development of technology, innovation. We should pursue innovation of the technology for our material well-being and boosting productivity. That's the second law. And third law is, I think, law of inclusiveness. While development is changing day by day, elders who are not used to the kind of technology could be left behind. Reskilling of these people is very important. In that sense, I think even youngsters, a TVET program, technical and vocational education and training, is very important for them to develop their own skill, unique skill, talent, to appeal to the owner and to the customer. That kind of 3 role is the role of a government. If I summarize, as a regulator, ensuring the safety of the AI technology, ensure the ethical AI. That's the first one. Second one is role of the innovation. Third one is the role to ensure the inclusive development of technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did Christophe, your thoughts, please? Would like to understand from you what possibly are the government policies France is, adopting to foster innovation.
One of France's real strengths is the quality of research institutions and universities with a long-lasting and continuous support from public funds, enabling a very strong pool of world-class talents, for example, researchers and students in mathematics from the CNRS or from Sorbonne University, are globally praised for their excellence. I should also mention our government's massive support to private research and development expenditures. We have one of the most advantageous tax incentive schemes for innovation globally, and it's accessible to every size of company. More recently, we decided to foster the emergence of major French deep tech players. France created a special long-term investment plan called France 2030, focusing on 10 strategic areas in which we want France deep tech to scale up and become leading players globally. The strategic areas, for example, are the next generation of nuclear reactors, AI, of course, and the biopharma. We also launched a special visa schemes program to attract international talents, and we also created new courses for the professions of tomorrow in these strategic sectors through academia and industry partnerships. For example, we created a battery school for the electric battery sector. This strategy, the purpose of its strategy is to foster comprehensive innovations ecosystems, clusters, gathering research institutions, universities, startups, hyperscalers, and venture capital investors. This is already giving some results. For example, on AI, as Sundar Pichai said, well known here, and everywhere in the world, when he came to Paris last February to inaugurate Google's new AI hub, he said, Paris is a global center of innovation and a magnet for talent. But we still have to do more at the European scale on facilitating venture capital investments, simplifying and harmonizing administrative processes, also softening our internal competition law, and to favor the advent of European champions.
Thank you, CG. I really liked one of the measures you just mentioned, saying, you have a special, a program for visas in a particular thing, Probably that could be one of the solutions, one of the many solutions, right? Like CG Kim mentioned, we are facing aging population, low birth rates, but we need labor. So probably some policies like this across the globe may also help foster the growth of technology while also ensuring nobody is left behind. While it may seem to the private sector that it's important that we go far, it's important to the public sector and it is important to the society, nobody is left behind. That's exactly such inclusive policies are going to be very, very crucial and important to make the planet better as well, right? One last question I have before we wrap up, and this is a question I would like to ask everybody. This question presents us with an opportunity to see if there are any thoughts that we can convert into ready action item, right? We've talked about the advancements globally. We've talked about what's going great in each of the country that gave us an opportunity to hear and learn as well. My final question to all of you, or we'll do a quick round of your thoughts, is how do you think Tamil Nadu, India, and specifically Tamil Nadu and each of your country can work together? Is there some action points that we can work on? Short term, medium term, long term? We are eager to work with each of you just as much we want to receive. We also want to give. If there's anything that we can do, please let us know. We can, the last question is also a mini policy making question. It's for all of us to understand. Maybe not today, but someday we will implement some of your thoughts and see how we can work together. Over to you. I'll start with Ms. Halima.
there's a whole host of areas that we could take very quick action on, some of which have already been touched on today.
I'm taking notes.
I think use of tech for disaster risk preparedness. In Tamil Nadu, I'm thinking about climate impacts in particular, extreme heat and flooding. Are there ways that we can use tech to better develop our awareness systems or to help with developing plans and mitigation for areas like that? I think there's a lot the UK has been doing already. We've worked to develop a comprehensive digital strategy for a couple of departments in the Tamil Nadu government, including the disaster management department. But there's so much more that needs to be done to bring that into real actions that impact people and that potentially save lives.
Thank you so much. CG Kumar.
Okay, on that aspect, I'd like to touch. Of course, we have the palm oil technology which can be incorporated, but India, I don't think so. You have that kind of land, kind of thing. So that is only you can offer that software, all these AI technologies. But another area, I recently came from Penang, so I visited a businessman there who was doing this circular economy technology. That is a recycling, reuse, this kind of thing, as CG Kim has just now said. He has also linked with Hyundai, all these Korean companies, American companies involved in this zero waste also. So that particular technology, that person is already reaching out to Tamil Nadu to start up such a venture and build that plant here with his own technology, recycled technology, including EV batteries. That is, he's already start a plan to look into this recycling of EV batteries, which the Malaysian government is pursuing aggressively now. And this particular person is already developing such a technology currently in Malaysia, and is now into expanding that into particularly Tamil Nadu. So these are some of the opportunities, but it's still in a very infancy stage. But I think this circular economy and zero waste, recycling of waste, industrial waste, is very, very important for states like Tamil Nadu, which is starting to go big into manufacturing. You will notice a lot of industrial waste. According to the information I have, there's no that kind of technology yet in Tamil Nadu. It's always being processed in a kind of old way of processing. And he doesn't know where actually these things end up at the end of life. But he has a solution, that person has a solution until zero waste. That means the industries, whatever is reused, you'll return back to the industry. So this kind of advantage and collaboration opportunities is there. So that person is already working into it. Hopefully we'll see how Tamil Nadu can take advantage on that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, CG. We asked for a strategy or an action plan. He has given us an action item. Here it is. Get your work. Let's get started. Thank you so much for that. CG Kim, your thoughts on how we can work together?
And I was surprised when I checked the NIRF ranking of India. NIRF is the ranking of university all over India. I found 40 or 50% of 100 top ranking universities are located inside of Tamil Nadu. Tamil is just one of 28 states in India. But in terms of university ranking, you account for 40 or 50% in top. So that's why Tamil could be considered as a center of knowledge, center of education. As you pay attention to education, I think even in the society of AI, I think the future of AI, Tamil Nadu is, I think, very bright. That's why many Korea, other countries invested a lot of money to want to have a business with Tamil people. The Hyundai Motors in India launched its IPO in Indian stock market, largest in Indian history. Hyundai Motors committed to grow together with the Indian community as an Indian company registered in Indian stock market. That's why I'm sure there will be a lot of bigger business linkage with Korean company in Tamil with, and also together with Tamil Nadu.
Thank you, CG. We look forward to that. Yes, over to you, CG Christophe.
France and India share traditionally a common priority of preserving an autonomous decision making, and joint innovation has been a key dimension of that until now. So our two governments decided to go a step further on innovation, having decided to celebrate in 2026 the Indo-French Year of Innovation. So the objectives are first to promote industry, academia, concrete collaboration through centers of excellence, joint research projects, reskilling curriculums, and second, creating synergies between our innovation ecosystems, startups exchange programs, and innovation competitions, for example. Tamil Nadu should definitely have an important part to play during this Indo-French Year of Innovation. Some of our biggest companies like Saint-Gobain or Valeo already chose Chennai as one of their key R&D hubs globally. And the high number of quality institutions in the state of Tamil Nadu is very well known. We also encourage Tamil Nadu innovators to choose France for prospecting the most innovative partners. For example, on the Vivatech Summit in Paris next June, this is the biggest European tech summit. And we'll also follow with attention Tamil Nadu's government initiatives, which can be for real sources of great inspiration.
Thank you very much. We are at the end of the session, and I'm going to take one more minute to sort of summarize the key takeaways for me and hopefully for all of us from this session. One big problem statement that we heard is, it's sort of technological advancement is a double-edged sword, right? The most important problem it is causing is job loss. Is it taking away the jobs of millions of people, or is it creating more opportunities and subsectors for creating more jobs? It is a double-edged sword. But there is a way to approach that which insight could not have come from any other, segment of panel but this, right? There are three people that play an important role. One is the government, where they have to be cognizant and implement frameworks and regulations to foster the growth, number one. Number two, invest in policies that help their citizens of their countries learn the particular technology, number two, right? That is the government's role. From a private sector point of view, it's important for the industry to, when you're looking at automation, deploy ethical automation and also try and provide for opportunities for the displaced workers to learn the particular technology in which more options are available within them. Ethical way, like he said, the ethical AI is very important. Ethical aspect in any form of technology, product or service that you're building is going to be very, very important. The third and the final onus is on us as citizens. You can run, you can hide, but you cannot escape. Technology is here to rule the roost for the next many, many decades. For us to not be left out in the game, as citizens, it is also our responsibility to simply have an open mindset to want to learn. Your learning does not stop. That's why I said in the opening remark, today learning about technology is not a capital expenditure, capital investment. I invest and learn this particular technology and you're done. No, it is an everyday investment. We should have that open mindset to learn. When all these three segments come together, the private, the public, and the society, the citizens, we will be able to solve for this. We will not just focus on going far. We will focus on going together and ensuring nobody gets left behind. Thank you very much for your invaluable insight. I have taken down a lot of the things that you have said. And we are going to knock on your doors very soon to see how we can work together to make it better for all of us. Thank you very much. May I please call all of you to the front for a group photograph before we disperse off. Thank you.
May I request you all to please stay back, please? Ma'am, I request you to please stay back. Sir, please request you to stay back. Thank you. I now call upon Ms. Vishnu Priya, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to please come on the stage. May I request all the panelists to please come back on the stage? Thank you. Now I request Ms. Vishnu Priya, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to give away a token of love to all the panelists and the presenter. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Once again, thank you so much for giving an impactful session. And with that, we have come to the end of day one at Umagine Tamil Nadu 2025. Hope to see you all tomorrow, nice and early. Thank you.